fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon.
Peace of the
Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I get sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is hidden in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't be satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war to attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky.
Alright. Candy, Kimba, peace. I got a special, I forgot to put this in the title, I'll put it later. But I got this 18-minute video that I watched the live stream. And it's so mind-blowing that I gotta share it. It's by Spit Gems. He's from Queens, New York. And it's called Do You Believe in God?
Do you believe in God? No, I don't believe in God. I know God to be true and living, internally as well as externally. And the only thing separating me from God is thought. But I think it's important to explain what I mean when I say God, when I use that word, this English word God. When I say God, I mean the creator, the source, the eternal, right? Life itself. I'm not referring to the God of any Bible, any scripture, any specific text or scripture, right? And I think it's important to illustrate, for example, that the etymology of the word God itself, right? So this English word God, if you trace this back, you eventually will come to Proto-Germanic, and that's where we get the word from, right? Gudan, from Gudom. And forgive me if I'm butchering those, but I'm definitely from Queens and not ancient Scandinavia, nah, man.
Meanwhile, back in Queens, the realness and foundation.
But now you have to make a decision based on the information and the evidence, history. Does the Proto-Germanic word connect to the Proto-Indo-European word? Why is that important? For me, it's important because if that is the link, and it's, generally agreed upon that it is, but it is a perhaps, right? And if it does, then it's important to understand what that Proto-Indo-European root was meant to have represent.
Represent, 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 represent.
And what it was invoking, right? But not just invoking a deity for sacrifice.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Obviously, the word traveled a long way, and once anglicized, was heavily Christianized, right? But let's think about this, right? So the word God, when you read it in English in the Old Testament, what you're really reading is Elohim. In Aramaic would be Elah. In Arabic would be Allah. But I think it's important to note that the modern Allah that we have seems to be a contraction of an earlier Al-Elah. Now we have the condensed form, Allah. Now in the New Testament, let's say in the Gospels, when you have Jesus saying the word God, what he's really saying, the Greek word that's there is theos. Theos. This is the only word he uses, or the New Testament writers have him using when he says God. Elohim has a plurality to it. Now, people argue this. There's a wide consensus. There's different people with different ideas on the scholarly level about what's going on here, right?
So what's the big fucking deal?
Some people believe there's two sources, two authors in Genesis. But before we get into all of that, I don't want to stray off course too much. The reason I say that, theos, right, is because if you go to, let's say, for example, you go to Strong's Concordance, right, and you look at the word, the supreme being is the primary meaning of that word. Now, when I'm discussing the word theos in the New Testament, I'm speaking specifically to when the authors of the text have Jesus using the word, right? There's a time when Jesus uses the word in the plural. That's John 10:34. The interesting thing about that I find is that the author seems to be quoting because he says, "Is it not written in your law, ye are gods?" Now, where you find that is in Psalm 82:6. Back to John. After that, it seems to point to those who have received the word of God. This has been interpreted as those who have received the Torah, the prophets. There's different interpretations of that. I've heard some crazy ones. Either way, right? It seems to be pointing to human rulers or maybe prophets. My point with that is the actual text, the scripture that the New Testament author is quoting from the Hebrew Bible, and it's Psalm 82:6, which is not talking about human rulers, which is talking about a multiplicity of divine beings who are seemingly being threatened that they will die like mortal men. This doesn't seem to be about human rulers. When you read it, it clearly expresses the plurality of Elohim, assembly of gods, right? So my whole point with this is that this is not exactly coherent or cohesive, right? The New Testament authors are trying to say one thing, but it seems like, and oftentimes this seems like the case, they use the Hebrew Bible and bend it and twist it in ways to try to get across what they're saying in a broader way, which is, once again, why I find that this narrative of like a linear story in the Bible where everything is cohesive and coherent is just, it's not plausible for me. This is my personal opinion. New Testament writers, they have Jesus saying to the Pharisees that they worship a devil. Anytime Jesus mentions God in the New Testament, he's saying theos, right? God the Father, this idea. Now, when he tells the Pharisees who were Torah observant, right, who were hard-body Torah observant and undoubtedly worship Yahweh, but you have Yeshua telling the Pharisees that they worship a devil and that they are of their father who was a murderer from the beginning. Many people assume that he's talking about Satan. I posed a question to you. Who did Satan murder from the beginning? Was Satan a murderer from the beginning?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
I don't know. I think it's a good question, though, and a fair one. And I'll give you a reason why. Now, for example, if you compare the God of the Bible's body count to Satan's, you would find something incredible, right?
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead.
Now, some scholars would argue that the book of Job is the oldest book in the Bible. However, other scholars would refute that and place Job somewhere a lot more recent, probably around the Persian era, right? Now, when we think of the oldest book in the Bible, oftentimes it's common to just think of Genesis. Some people would argue that Genesis is the oldest book in the Bible, and a lot of times what you hear is because of the creation accounts in Genesis, it must be the oldest book, which really makes no sense if you're still trying to apply Mosaic authorship to the book of Genesis, because we know that it makes no sense to consider that Moses was there at the beginning of creation. So obviously, if you're claiming Mosaic authorship, this is something he received later on, long after creation. If we think about the oldest manuscripts, complete manuscripts of any single book from the Hebrew Bible, then we're probably talking about Isaiah, right? And that complete manuscript of Isaiah was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, as far as archaeology is concerned, we would have to look to something called the Silver Scrolls, right? Which were essentially small pieces of a text that seemed to be worn as amulets, possibly around the neck. And what that included in that text was what they call the priestly blessing, which now is a part of the Book of Numbers. Scholars, though, however, like to point out that it doesn't necessarily mean that the Book of Numbers existed before these Silver Scrolls, although it may. But let's get back to Job. The reason that so many scholars are at odds about this is a complicated one for sure. But I'll give you some of the information that I've come across that makes sense to me. For one, we know that Hebrew as we know it today is not how the Bible was written. It was written mostly in Paleo-Hebrew, variants, and some Aramaic. Now, the book of Job is written very, very close to being Muslim. I study the Abrahamic religions daily. This is a passion for me, and it's been this way for years, right? I had a deep, deep connection to Christianity. So I speak from experience when I speak on these things. I don't speak from a place of hate or a place of attacking.
In the scriptures it was written, the hearts of men will be tempted. The foolery of man is rewarded by God's vengeance. If only God can judge me.
And I'll touch on that too real quick. It's no struggle or problem on any level for me to befriend anyone of any religion. In fact, my stance, I believe, supersedes religion, because what I'm saying is that I recognize every single man, woman, and child as my brother and sister, as I recognize we all are children of God, if you will, right? Because these are words that are easily palatable and people can understand and gravitate to, but I think it's important that I express what I mean when I say God, because I don't want to mislead anybody, for one, right?
What the fuck are we doing out here? I asked you, what in the fuck are we doing here?
I'm hoping to reach out and find the common ground that I know exists for all people, right? So, and you know, it's touchy and it can be rough at times, because this is the most important discussion and topic in existence, in my opinion. And it's the most heart-wrangling one. You know, it angers people, it infuriates people to hear someone speak so strongly, not against their religion, but in depth about all religions with no barriers, right? And I have no restraints or censorship, because my understanding of my Creator is that we are all one. I genuinely feel like there's more common ground than there is difference, regardless of what belief system you buy into or you adhere to. So to answer the question, no, I don't believe in God. I know my Creator, the source, the one to be true and living. or Lucifer, or the idea that Satan was an angel named Lucifer who was a fallen angel. What this is over time a compositing of all these negative ideas about evil, and what you get is what you think of today when you think of the devil. You think his name is Satan, you think he used to be called Lucifer and he was a fallen angel, but none of that is accurate. When I say this character, Yeshua, in the New Testament, right, because I don't deny that he existed, I just don't know for certain if these stories about him are the actual true stories about him. I understand that they were written, copied, mimicked over time.
I know you read a lot of things about him, you heard about him.
But if these New Testament writers who wrote this manuscript, if they have him only mentioning this God and then also challenging another God from the Torah, making a differentiation, this is why I say something else is going on here. This is what led me to believe that Theos, when referred to in the New Testament, is referring to the supreme being, right? And Elohim, because of the possible plurality, doesn't line up for me.
Just public, all you gotta do is go look it up, huh?
But the English word God now, right? When I use it, I'm not talking about none of these deities, whether they be plural from the Torah or singular. When I say God, I'm talking about the creator, the source. And when I say source and creator, I'm talking about the same thing. You see, people say they hear creator and they think of something humanistic, right? Or anthropomorphic. You know, all of the creations in life come forth from source. This source is the creative energy. This source, I don't ascribe to the idea that this source has a definitive form like you find in the Old Testament. These things don't line up with what I believe, right? The things I believe are the things that I don't know for sure yet, right? What I do know for sure is that I am source descended.
There can be only one.
Before man existed, there was no man-made religion, right? How could any man-made religion or man-made collection of writings supersede the source from which everything came forth? That's what I pray to. I don't need to evoke a certain name when I pray. I used to. I was deep into Christianity in a style that's completely different from the rest of the Bible. It's very ambiguous in many parts, and a lot of translators have had problems with it forever. A few scholars and people who've studied the text have noted that it seems to have a lot of Akkadian influence, something that they also call Aramaisms. Words that they can't exactly tell if they're Aramaic or Hebrew or lesser known Hebrew word. Another point to make about the book of Job is that the character Satan, that's not a proper name. That's a title. It means accuser or adversary. Me personally, I lean towards evidence that this is probably a retelling of a much older Akkadian story called The Righteous Sufferer, recently known as the Babylonian Job. In any case, my point about the book of Job is that this character, Satan, can't exactly be held responsible for the deaths in the story. God is the one who tells Satan, have you considered my servant Job? Like basically throws him out there, right? What Satan says is, he's the man to you, right? You love him, he's faithful and loyal, but that's only because you've given him so much and protected him, put a hedge around him and his family. But now, stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, and surely he'll curse you to your face, right? But stretch out your hand. Later on, you see God say, the next time he speaks to Satan, it's like, you have incited me against a man without cause. This is not like Satan walked up to God's counsel and was like, yo,
I want you to sanction the hit on Ralph Cifaretto.
He goes to God, right? And here's the thing. because I understand that these stories are much older than they're even probably dated to as far as the manuscripts, right? Because they're passed down and changed and interchanged and take different shapes and forms a little bit throughout history and going from culture to culture. But shit, man, in the streets we would say, yo, who sanctioned the bodies, right? So to say who was the murderer from the beginning.
I told you, this thing is bigger than Nino Brown, and I got a list of proof. If I'm going down, I'm taking a whole lot of...
So that's my whole point with Yeshua's expression in the New Testament when he's calling the Pharisees, sons of the devil. Now, while I'm here playing devil's advocate, I'd also like to add to the pot that the name Lucifer, the name Satan are not names even. Lucifer means light bearer, and Satan means the accuser or the adversary. Now, the serpent in the book of Genesis.
Yeah, somehow these videos were mixed up. But yeah. Shout out to Spit Gems. I'm gonna put the link to his channel in the description if people want to hear his music and see his interviews. But yeah, I seen this. He put this video out today, and it just blew my mind. He's very intelligent. He read a lot of books, even though some might say that don't mean nothing. But yeah, he knows what he's talking about. It's good to see like-minded people that are open-minded and don't have anchors or ceilings. What's up, Kimba?
Not much. I'm just sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm walking around sleeping as I'm listening. How you doing?
I'm all right. What's up, Maggot? Information on some, pull it up. All right, let's see. Human exposure to heavy metals. Toxic heavy metal poisoning.
That would be good to know.
It's so hot out today, I had to go out there and get some vitamin D, some sun.
Oh, I know. I was out there for about 20 minutes, Charles, this morning doing stuff, and I was like, oh my. I had to come in. And then, on top of that, I was very drowsy all of a sudden, And I don't get that way. So I was like, wow.
Yo.
What's up,
What
Judy?
up?
How'd you like that video?
It was cool. I'm definitely gonna go check that guy's out and watch some more of his stuff,
Yeah, I'll drop the link in the description box. At the end, I gotta throw it in there.
Okay.
Because,
hey, girl, how you doing?
Hey, Kimba.
Music is just like him speaking. Like, his music is the same as how he's speaking. Like, he's very intelligent.
Oh yeah, I could tell. That he's definitely intelligent for sure.
I would love to interview him, but
Oh, hit him up.
Yeah, it's probably expensive to interview Spit Gems, but I could try.
I could see it, Charles. Yes, excuse me, sir. This is Charles Was. I would like to request an interview. I'd like to request an interview from you. Let me know when I can pencil you in. Yes, yes, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I can't remember when I first heard his music. Excuse me, but he's definitely very lyrical.
Yeah, I was definitely agreeing with, what he was saying about, I definitely was following along.
Yeah, it's some like I uploaded the videos in the order that they were laid out because I did it in order. I had to create 3-minute videos to break down the 18-minute video because you can only upload a certain size video. So I figured, all right, I'll just break them down. You know, I got to go to my video editor, but hey, 20 minutes it took to make 6 3-minute videos, which, hey, it's worth it.
Yeah. It was cool.
I wish I had more time to go into my videos. I just don't. I'm just simple and basic only because of my lifestyle. So it's like, I'm like, I see some, aim, record, YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah, like
like
no
that
even
name.
thought into it. Aim, you know, YouTube. Okay, what title? Oh. The other day I did a stream and I was in such a good mood, I forgot to put a title to my stream. So I'm in a stream and I'm like, I didn't put a title here. And there's no title, there's no words.
And I would like to shout out. I want to shout out Max Vision for having me on his stream yesterday. It was a good. He was showing the maps I sent him, and he has good insight always.
You went on his stream? Wow, Charles. I like that.
Yeah, I was kind of lurking in the background there at the very end last night in Max's stream.
So go on, Charles. You went there and then keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, interrupt you.
It was a good build. He gave me a couple. Well, he linked a PDF, which I'm gonna do a live stream on. I don't know entirely what it's about, but I like Max Vision, man. He has good he has a good perception. He speculates on stuff, and even his synchronization with maps and the stuff he finds is just, I think it's stuff people need to hear and see. And yeah, Max Vision's awesome. I would love to do a live stream with him up here, for him to break down, you know, some of his findings and stuff more.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a lot of knowledge. He definitely does, that's for sure.
Like in certain things in life, I say it's not about the messenger, it's about the message. But sometimes in life, it's about both, because you know, I can look past someone I don't like for a message, but all in all, I like to know the messenger. When you have a chance, like on here, I get a chance sometimes to really get to know people. It's awesome.
Yeah, I would have to say there's a fine line. There's that line for me, Charles, too. Like you said, it's for me, it's about the message. It's not the messenger. Now, for a while, it was about the messenger for me. It was. But that was coming from my hatred in my heart also, you know. I learned to see past that and get like the message out. But like you said, there's a fine line. If like for me, if I know someone is just really up to no good, I mean, and it takes a lot for me to even say that about someone. No, I will not take a message in from you. I have a little boundary line, you know. It's like, I don't care if you're up to some evil, horrific deeds. There's certain things I will not take in. It could even be a good message. It could even be good. But for me, I don't. Only if I know there's something very eerily sickening about them, you know? That's just me. That's my discernment level, you know? Not everyone's the same.
So let me get into this a little bit. This is a quick read on this toxic heavy metal exposure. It says, human exposure to heavy metals is inevitable, as heavy metals are continually present in the air, water, and food, right? Now, we all know this is most likely recent, and I just, you know, because I don't remember any of this growing up. Maybe it was, but it wasn't noticeable as nowadays. It says anthropogenic, anthropogenic, and industrial activities have rapidly increased the level of human exposure to heavy metals. Some heavy metals elicit oh man. Okay. Some heavy metals elicit deleterious health effects even at low levels in the body system. Every heavy metal has its own specific, unique mechanistic process through which it exhibits toxicity. The major mechanisms through which most heavy metals, such as Cr, I'll pull up a sheet in a minute of all the metals, the periodic table. It's a Cr, As, Pb, Cu, Fe, Zn, and Ni, which, no neon or xenon, anyway, cause toxicity include the generation of reactive oxygen species, ROS, and inhibition, I think that's the word, inhibition of enzyme activities, and okay, damn it, inhibition of enzyme activities and attenuation, excuse me, of antioxidant defense systems. Heavy metal ions are known to interfere with DNA and nuclear proteins, leading to DNA structural and functional impairments, as well as changes that initiate carcinogenesis. Wow. Carcinogenesis. Carcinogenesis. Yeah, carcinogen. I know that word, but I think it's carcinogenesis. Apoptosis, as well as modulation of cell cycle. Heavy metal toxicity alters the activity of the central nervous system and thereby causes mental disorder, alters blood composition, and liver, kidneys, lung functions, as well as other important body organs, resulting in the escalation of assorted human diseases. Prolonged human exposure and accumulation of heavy metals in the body aggravate the progression of physical, muscular, and neurological degenerative processes that mimic certain diseases, much as Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. Heavy metals, I said heavy metals. Heavy metals mimic hormonal activities that alter the functions of the adrenochrome systems. Thus, that made me pause for a minute. It says hormonal activities that alter the functions of the adrenochrome systems. Now, maybe that's why these people are taking that stuff, because of the metal poisoning. Anyway, thus efforts must be made to mitigate the extent of human exposure and accumulation of heavy metals in the body are a result of anthropogenic and industrial activities in order to prevent incidences of deleterious health challenges, PDF, human exposures to heavy metals, toxicity mechanisms, and health implications. Okay. What's this? Let's see where this takes me. Yeah, heavy metals is no joke.
I was gonna say, Charles, a lot of people are having these symptoms already, me included. You know, a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff.
Me too, with breathing.
Yeah, and I've been
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
wondering, like, I've been wondering if it's way up in the air by the time it comes down and hits us, like how much it has dissipated. You know, because I was over here looking at everything like, you know, they want us to stew over this, stew over this, stew. People like, chemtrails, I'm not going outside. And that's why I was over here like, but you don't want to put yourself inside a house either. You know, you still need the sunlight, you still need nature. But I was wondering from that far up, by the time it got down to us, how much it broke down. But all that stuff you're saying, a lot of people are already going through that. You know, and what are they doing? They're running the doctors to get no answers. And I have neighbors all around me dropping and going in the hospitals. And my mom's on double time over here going to hospitals. This one dying hospital. And these are all people that are out in nature all the time. We're out in our yard working. That's
Yeah,
why.
well, a lot of it's in the food too. The chemicals that they spray on the food, the pesticides and stuff like that, it's all the same. It doesn't matter. It's all the same, regardless of where they're applying it. Whether they're applying it in the air, or whether they're applying it in the water, or whether they're applying it by putting it on the food.
Okay, Charles, I'm
During
sorry.
growth.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt your reading, but that's interesting. All that you said already.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay.
Go ahead. This is, I want to see what those metals were they're abbreviating with this. All right, where were we? I went way off track. Where were we? CR and AS. I can't even see this freaking thing, man. Can you guys see it? Because I have split screen. Hold on. CR. CS is right there. Let me write them down so then I could fucking see better. Let's see. CR. CRASPB. CUFE. CDZN. I think ZN is Zenin. NI. Alright. Zenin, neon, argon. No.
I was gonna say.
Come on.
The table of elements.
Ah, shoot. MedCrave online.
What?
Right. I'm waiting for the stupid page to load.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Screw that page. Heavy metal pollution, a mini review. Yeah. I have stuff written down, but trying to find something that gives side effects. Alright, heavy metal. You're gonna think Metallica.
Yeah, it's just crazy. A lot of the symptoms a lot of people are going through already. Myself included. Myself included. That's why I'm like, oh my. And especially if you have damage on your nervous system, like I do, to hear that, I'm over here like, I know I like to have fun and be all happy and giggly, but then when I hear that and then think about what I'm going through, I'm like, it kind of changed my whole perspective over here. I'm over like,
JG's in the house.
Hey, JG.
Yeah,
relationships.
I think, my opinion, like, a lot of these symptoms people are getting, like, they're trying to, like, even today, I see a lot of people with diapers again. And, you know, when I see people with a diaper on their face and they got their mouth covered but not their nose, it's like, to me, what's the fucking point? Your nose does the same thing your mouth does, except that you can't eat through your nose. That's it. You can't speak through your nose, as far as I know. But yeah, you're breathing air through the mouth, just like your nose. Actually, you should have your nose covered more than your mouth, no? But either way, I think a lot of symptoms they're blaming on. This is all for entertainment. I never give medical advice. We're just speaking. I think, in my opinion, people already having these symptoms, like you said, but they're being told it's something else, and they're just treating an issue. And as always, they don't want to cure you; they want to treat it just to keep you bringing them presidents in. They want dead presidents.
Yeah.
And like I said, Charles, we have literally, my mom is literally cut. That's why it makes it a little harder. Well, I'm not going to say harder than anyone else, but it makes it hard for me. I'm over here, and my mom comes to me a couple times a day, and it's always, I'm going to see Sissy in the hospital. I'm going to help this one. So all the older people over here right now, I feel bad because I'm out here watching it, witnessing it, and they're all going to the damn doctor to be told, you have kidney failure, like my neighbor over here. You have this, you have that going on, that. And I watch these people. I see their lifestyle and what they do. And all they do is work in their yard, and they work their whole lives to make money. And now they're just home wanting to maybe drink their beer or smoke their pot and sit around their yard and work on their yard and grow their food. And these are the people dying at the moment all around me, whether it's a neighbor there, there. So I just sit in the middle, and I'm like, so I'm over here trying to think, are they just getting old? Is it from all, you go in that deep thinking, is it from all this, from that, and that? Because they're always outside, you know?
Yeah, and it's nerve-wracking.
That sets my anger in a little more, you know? It sets my anger in a little more, especially like because my mom is, running around to help these people. And then we got a bunch of kids over here that all the grandparents are trying to help, and they're running around, and the grandparents don't know how to help them because they're too wild. Then you got me, I call the bridge in between, that can help the grandparents and the kids. Meanwhile, the kids are getting overheated too. The ones that are unaware or think this sun and the stuff in the sky is all normal and it goes around, I'm even having to step in and say, don't let the kids out in the sun too long. Don't. My niece came home and her lips were sunburned one day and they're hurting her. I told my mom, I said, they have to have limited time in the sun. I said, I know it sounds crazy. And I said, but me, you see me, I said, you should take me days to get a tan. I said, I literally burn in a half hour. So there's something eerily wrong. So you definitely got to keep the kids out of it a lot, because they're burning up.
And that's sad too, because when I was a kid growing up, I was outside 24/7 practically.
Exactly.
And there wasn't, yeah, I was brown. I got really dark because, I was always outside or whatever, but we were never taught to fear. I was never taught personally to fear the sun. Yeah. And I hardly ever wore sunblock. And here I am, almost 55 years old, and I've never had no signs of any kinds of cancers at all.
Yep.
Maybe I'm just blessed or just have a good, healthy system to fight off whatever needs to be fought off. But yeah. My mom, she's 91 and healthy as an ox.
Let me ask you, Candy, has she ever been to a doctor at all in her life? At all?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh
she
yeah.
has? Okay. All right. I was just
Oh
curious.
yeah, and she definitely complied.
Okay.
All 3 times. But yeah, she complied and did everything that she was told to do, you know. But it didn't ever affect her. It didn't harm her in any shape, form, or fashion. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I was just curious because I'm noticing a lot of like the elderly people right now.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that haven't even touched a doctor, like went to a doctor, believed in a doctor. You know, like my mom and certain people, they're the ones that are pretty much healthy right now. You know, like they can even be overweight and even be shaken a little like my mom is, but for the most part, they're intact. And then I compare it with like me, you know, because I let the doctors experiment. And I'm pretty honest. When I was younger, I even did those experimental medications, you know, trying to go
Mm-hmm.
from Suboxone or get off methadone and go to Suboxone and all that. So I volunteered my own self to try those research medication where they pay you daily on it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they did help. They did help for what was going on at the moment, right then and there. What it would do later on down the road, I have no idea, you know? So it's like letting them experiment on you till I don't know.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of doctors, even when I was a kid. I never was like scared of them, but I just never was a big fan. I didn't like going because back in my
Me neither.
day, like if you were sick, you had a choice of them giving you a prescription to take pills or liquid for so many days, or you could just get a jab in your butt and you were all good. So I didn't want to sometimes have to take medicine for a prolonged period of time. I just wanted to get to feeling better. So I would, of course, expose my butt cheek and have them do what they needed to do and go on. But I didn't like that, you know.
You just complied, yeah. It's kind of like being backed up against the wall, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And my mom would be like, well, it's either this or that. You know, you got a choice. But yeah, as an adult, I've never really had any major issues. I've never had a broken bone. I did have to have knee surgery because I fell in the summer of 2007, I think it was. Yeah. And ripped my ACL. And so, of course, I had to have my ACL replaced and my meniscus and my knee repaired. But other than that, I've never had to undergo the knife or anything.
Where's your meniscus? Someone used that in a rhyme.
It's in your knee. It covers your kneecap. Is where your meniscus is, and then the ACL is basically a tendon that connects your calf to your thigh.
Is it a tendon or a joint? Your ACL joint.
ACL, it's a tendon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because he told me I had a choice when it came to that. I could either have them go in and take a tendon out of my thigh and them use that, or they could just use a cadaver tendon. And so I just told them to use the cadaver tendon.
You're like, don't
Right.
take a piece of my body, move around.
I'm gonna finish reading this paragraph.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay, go for it.
It says, where I left off, it says gender differences have been reported to correlate with heavy metal toxicity. The toxicological potency of a heavy metal is also dependent on its concentration and exposure route. Other factors that affect metal toxicity include the age, genetic composition, as well as the nutritional status of the individual exposed to heavy metals. Heavy metal toxicity is dose dependent at relatively low concentrations. Heavy metals contribute positively to certain biochemical and physiological functions of the body system, whereas at higher concentrations above certain thresholds, they become, that word again, it looks like it says deleterious or deleterious, or I'll spell it and see how I'm saying this wrong. Watch. Maybe someone could help me out with this word.
Spell it.
I put it in the chat.
Oh. Clitoris.
Deleterious.
No, I'm just kidding. Deleterious. Deleterious. I don't know.
Deleterious.
There we go.
Deleterious.
Yeah, deleterious.
Okay. Deleterious to human health. Although heavy metals cause toxicity through assorted mechanisms, some of these processes are very much elucidated. Every heavy metal has its own specific unique mechanism process through which it exhibits toxicity. The major mechanisms through which most heavy metals cause toxicity include the ROS generation, inhibition of enzyme activities, and attenuation of antioxidant defense systems. Heavy metal ions are known to interfere. I already said this, remember, in proteins. Yup. So why is this in here again? It's different. Yeah, I already read that part. This is evidence acquisition, source of human exposure to heavy metals. I'm trying to see these side effects. Lead toxicity. Let's see what else they got. Lead, copper, arsenic, iron, cadmium, nickel, chromium, and zinc. I don't know if anyone had that poisoning of any of them, but that's what they're talking about in this PDF.
Well, the thing is, like, how would you really know you had it unless you know what it causes, what the symptoms are?
Right.
Exactly.
I could go through them, but it's so many pages. I could look for the side effects, but I should have had everything prepared. But I have other PDFs I could pull up. But when you say you put it together, it sounds like a drum. Apples are 2 cents back in the day. What are you, fucking 80 years old? That's what my grandpa used to say. For a nickel, I could buy half the city. Right? You'd be like, for a nickel, I went to the movies, I bought a car, insurance my house.
Now, you know what I liked? You know what I liked that my parents used to say? They'd be like, "You think you got it rough? We had to walk to the snow. We had to walk to school through the snow, over the mountains." Remember they said that shit? Through the snow, over the mountains, and I was over here like, "Yeah, so what? That was back in your day, man. Times have changed." So they pulled that hard on me. I'd be like, "We don't have snow. We don't have mountains. We don't have none of that. We have bikes now and all that. Good for you." I just love they said that to me. Yeah, that was back in the 50s, man. That's we're in the 80s and 90s now. It's called progression. Progression. Okay, I'll be sitting here folding my laundry, but I'm here. I'm here.
You folding your laundry, huh, girl? I'm just sitting here smoking.
My work never stops here. I wish it did. That's like all I do is sleep, get up, and work. Sleep, get up, and work. Sleep, get up, and work. Sleep, sleep. Just like, like people say Groundhog Day. Sleep, work, sleep, work.
Yeah, that's what it seems like sometimes.
That's why part of me, part of me can't wait for something. Sorry, go on.
The toxology and stuff that Charles was talking about. Yeah. I think that's why there's a lot of problems nowadays due to things that were presented to us 20, 30 years ago or longer. You said something about feminization or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating an apple.
It's funny, you're eating an apple, and he was talking about a shed of apples. What was I gonna say? Oh, there's some drug. Yeah, there's some drug out there. I can't remember the name of it, but it starts with an A, and it supposedly turned frogs from male to female.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
That was the corn syrup, wasn't it? Wasn't it corn syrup that was doing that?
No, it wasn't corn syrup. It was another drug. Like I said, it started with an A. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh.
But yeah, supposedly it turned frogs from male to female. And I think that's one reason why we have so many confused humans out there nowadays.
It's called atrazine.
Yes.
A common weed killer and pesticide can chemically castrate and feminize male frogs. It's an endocrine disruptor that reduces androgens in adult frogs and slow androgen-dependent growth in developing male larvae. In some cases, up to 10% of exposed male frogs have developed into functional females that can mate with unexposed males and produce viable eggs. Yeah, that's the government. Woo! You gotta love them.
Yeah.
What's up, Bex? So I'm
You said that was called endocrine? That was called endocrine?
atrazine. Hold on.
Okay. Atrazine.
Yeah, atrazine. ATRAZINE. Atrazine.
Well, I don't care what's in the Talmud. I care less what's in the Talmud.
Don't you hate
biologically, we are biologically male or biologically female unless you were born with both.
Oh. what is that called?
And even those that choose to live the opposite of what their actual biologicalness is, some have accepted the fact that they know that they're a biological male or a female, but they're living the opposite. And then there's some that think that they can actually change their selves biologically, and that's impossible.
Yeah, I think I Divergent mentioned something where a lot of these children, I think personally, are being genetically manipulated in the womb or beforehand when they either put something in the woman or the male, which when the male releases, it's already affected, or maybe in the womb is causing a lot of these genetic manipulated children. If that ain't the case, then you got sick in the mind parents that even raised their children. A nice, healthy male child, and they raise him to think he's a female.
Oh, I mean, it's already happened. I mean, look at Jazz Jennings. Look at all these people. It's these parents are allowing their children to basically be chemically castrated. Because if they're given a puberty blocker, they will never experience puberty. Their body will never go through what it needs to go through naturally, because puberty is a necessity to every human body, regardless if it's a male or a female body. Puberty is a necessity.
So Alma and Bex are saying hi, Kimba and Candy.
Hey, so Alma, Bex. I don't want to interrupt. Hey, guys. I don't want to interrupt.
Hey, what up?
So Alma came to see me the other night. That's nice. Good to see everybody.
You know, as far as the medical field, I don't trust them at all. You know, and this you could dig so far back and find. And I used to think when I was a young man, in my teenage years, how do these doctors become so good at what they do? It's not like they they fuck up all the time. And New Britain General Hospital, that's the old name for it, screwed up so many people that people refuse to even go to that hospital. Like, it's still to this day known as Fuck Up City.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's ridiculous. But I used to, you know, I was told as a child growing up that, you know, because I had a caring nature and a good heart and all this stuff, that nurturing, that I would be a good nurse. I was always told that I'd be a good nurse. But I worked a couple of jobs that kind of put me, I worked as a CNA in a nursing home before, and I've also worked with people in their own personal homes. So I've been a caregiver. That just kind of made me realize that I didn't really want to go into the field of nursing, you know. I almost went into the field of medical assisting, but because of something that happened and because I was a spontaneous young person, I basically just up and moved at the last minute from Oklahoma City to Dallas when I was like 24. And I only had like a semester left and I would have gotten a degree. But even all those years later, if I would have continued on and did that specific career, I would have had to make a choice later, you know, years later. So I guess for whatever purpose, it's just a good thing that I never even had to go through making that choice, you know? Oh, wow. What map's this?
Now, I was trying to explain this on Max Vision's channel yesterday, but it seems at times they couldn't hear me or people were talking over me. Probably not on purpose, but I had crappy headphones on anyway. And I was trying to tell them, Europe looks like a boar. And they do call white people swine, or that we're from pigs. But look, France looks like the head of the boar, or maybe a rhino. Italy is the leg, which they call Italy a boot, right? And then Germany would be the back. Poland's kind of the back. And maybe near Ukraine, you have, what's that country there? Bulgaria, and that would be like a back leg maybe. But Hungary, and that would be like the butthole and the stomach. And the same with, what's the other country next to Hungary? Above Italy there. But yeah, it kind of looks like, or Italy could be the bottom jaw of some creature. I looked on the internet to see if anyone sees things like I do, and I found this.
Boop. Oh, damn.
Wow.
I was shocked to see somebody else sees things like me.
Right? Oh, wow. Keep this here for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because not many people see the way I do either. What Europe looks like, what I see. Okay. No.
Yeah, I was on his channel yesterday, and I was like, let me look it up, man, just to see if people see things like me. And I was excited to see this picture.
Huh.
That's strange. A little rhino down there, whatever that thing. Rhino. That's crazy.
Yeah, I
Even
used to see clouds. I used to see different shapes in the clouds, the big fluffy type clouds that we used to have back in the 70s and 80s. I could stare into those things all day long and see all sorts of different shapes and patterns and whatnot.
Tell people from Italy, I wouldn't want to walk in your boots.
Because you can't fit much shit in a shoe.
Let's see, what else do I got here? I showed my friend this picture, and he's like, because I was telling him, yo, alien crafts are not from aliens, they're the government. Nope. And he goes, yeah, but those have wheels on them. And I'm like, dude, they all have wheels on them for the most part. This is an early version of the tech, probably a little after they stole it from the Germans. But look at this I found. Boop.
Oh, that's pretty.
I wish I could show the whole picture, but I could only screenshot like part of it. And the whole thing looked like she was close to either side. It was awesome. So colorful and like, and look at the sky. Don't it look like the sky on the right side is different from the sky on the left? Almost like the sky on the left is contained inside the rainbow.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember if I just recently started seeing rainbows like that? But back in the day when I wouldn't observe a rainbow, and maybe I'm just more aware now, I didn't see that different shade and color. Do you guys remember that? When you were younger looking at a rainbow? I didn't remember it when I was younger.
No, I don't think I recall any differences either, you know, in color back then.
I definitely don't remember these guys. Sorry.
Okay, so what's this?
This Simple Truth TV put it together. And I think it's odd how every 10 years you got 94, 2004, 2014, and 2024, man. They all made it to the conference finals, the same team. I mean, that ain't a coincidence.
Right, exactly 10 years apart from each one.
All sports are, you know, events. They're already pre-planned. Just like, you know, the wrestling thing was all fake. Well, all sports are fake too.
I think at one point they were real. Before the baseball strike, I think people were actually playing baseball. And then...
Oh, yeah. I would say the athletes back when we were kids growing up, they were really into it because of the sport. But then eventually all these athletes just started getting into it because of the money aspect, not because of the love of the sport.
Now,
what's that say?
This from Simple Truth TV on Instagram. I screenshotted some of his stuff, and you know, I like Simple Truth TV. I'm gonna put his link in the description too for people to check him out. He does a lot of gematria, and he's very good at it. He uses the day calculator and the gematria calculator.
Yeah, I mean, I like following some stuff like that, but I don't want to sit and think that everything is pre-calculated or whatever fabricated.
I think most of it is. That's my opinion.
Most of it is, yeah, but I mean, seriously, does a person want to go through life realizing that their life is fake and this is that? You know, seriously, no, because then you're not living,
Yeah.
you know? You're not living.
But how are we living in an illusion too?
If a person knows they're an illusion or not an illusion, does it affect them?
Yeah.
I mean, there's people
Affects me.
that's in this realm that don't even know half of what Americans, like people that live on a remote island that don't have access to any kind of technology. You think it affects them? No. They live their life every day the way they live their life.
That sounds like the placebo effect, right, Candy? Like if you're not aware it's there, it doesn't exist in your reality.
Exactly.
But if you're aware, and there are a lot of people that live like that.
That's what we were talking about yesterday. Me and Don.
Yeah.
Because I was telling them, all right, we'll use words. Now, if someone says the word fuck, right? Fuck you, right? If you didn't know English, it wouldn't affect you, you know, the same. It would affect you by the vibration of the sound, but it ain't gonna affect you mentally to where you know the definition and the language. If you don't know the language and the definitions, it won't fuck with you mentally. If you don't, you know, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Because I can tell you that, like, for me, I did get over that hurdle, and I turned that corner where I was like, okay, we got this, we got that, they're it's all set up, blah, 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 blah. I went through the hoops around the circle, around the wheel, up and down again, and I started to change my frame of mind. So I started to ignore a lot of that stuff and just kind of like live in the moment, I say, and just be like, whatever. And because I put my mind there, I was not even, I mean, I would still see, like, you know, stuff in the sky. I would see the food was still, you know, messed up and fake and all that. But my mindset was at the other end of the spectrum. And because it was, in my reality, a lot of the stuff really didn't exist because I wasn't giving it my energy and my attention. My energy and attention was focused on doing my artwork, staying healthy as much as I can, finding my peace of mind, and living my life out to the fullest. Because as far as I'm concerned, I only remember one life that I know of.
Yeah.
So I want to live this life out to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
I search through past lives. I have dreams. I have things that come that make me question. I'm like, I could have had past lives. Could have this, could have, would have, should have, up, down, below, up, beneath, all that. And my mind was going, like it was going to go pop. And I didn't want to do it. So I was like, kind of slowed down a little. And I was like, well, I'm going to live in this moment. I know what they're doing, but I'm going to live in this moment, because when I'm out of here and I'm not breathing no more, if I come back, what do I gotta do? The same thing all over, and I'm gonna come back in here, not remember, go through it, and I'm like, do it again? I'm trying to do it now, just one, no time. Now I didn't have to do it. I was like, so I'm gonna kind of like live in the moment, and that's when my perspective changed. I went from this end of being angry and doing this. Now I was just like, oh look, there's stuff in the whatever, there's stuff coming down. But for the most part, I put it in the back of my mind. It was in the back of my mind, like over here, because if not, it would drive me crazy. Just as a person, it would drive me, because I do have that anger driving force, and I have to hold down, and it was getting the best of me. So I was like, just let it go, and what will be, and I'm just going to still live my life. That's just kind of.
That's what it comes down to. I'm not going to stop living my life just because, and it's, it's things that we can't control anyway. And like, the stuff in the past, the point worrying about it. If they this, but are we going to let that lie affect us, or are we just going to learn what that lie was and move on and go on with our life?
I'm
And that's basically, I just take the information and go on with my life. What's up, Charles?
I'm going to show these pictures that I found. I was showing some of them, but I'm going to show how Australia has changed through time. Hold on, let me pull this one other map to really show.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to say, hey to I Bang Chelsea Clinton. Hello. How you doing?
Yeah.
I just saw that. JG, really?
Jesus.
Oh, my.
Right.
Okay. Go on.
You see how Australia here, or Antarctica, is the land all the way around our realm. Then around, I would say 1600s, they start, like even these, they show Australia's incognita, the Terra. So this was Australia, which is Antarctica. It's the same thing. Then they had New Holland. Then the same thing here. Terra Australia's incognita. Then you got here Antarctica, which what? Looks like fucking Australia. It looks like this. They flipped it around and said, oh, okay, there's Antarctica. Yeah, it's just constantly switching. Then here you got that little piece of land. But the North Pole up there hasn't changed yet. But yeah, those lands have changed so much. It's just a lot of the lands have changed in maps.
Pangea, bro. Pangea.
Nah.
Pangea.
See, this is the bottom of South America up there. And then where you see Australia's Terra, that's Antarctica, or the land that goes all the way around. But this says Chica, Sive, Patagonia, which, what the F land is that? Huh. It says Terra Incognito.
Terror. I see that. Oh, my Lord. That makes me think of tarot cards. Terror.
Yeah, land. Cards of the land, Terra. So
What's the name? What is the name of that map?
that one, I have no clue.
Chica.
Chica. No, the name of it. It says 1597. This map allegedly is from.
What's
and it's
the
called
source?
Chica Sive or Chica Sive or Patagonia. Caet. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
What's the source?
I don't know. The source, the person who drew it, I have no clue.
Where'd you find it from? Yeah. Where'd you find it from, Charles? Where'd you find it?
Ask Jeeves.
On search engine.
Ask Jeeves.
Well, now that you showed that one map with that, with that creature drawled up, that's how I'm going to look at every map now. And that's how I'm looking at the maps. I'm looking to see if I could see something in there besides what we really see. You know, what they really show us. I'm picturing other things now as you show those maps. Picturing other things, whether it's pertaining to the body or whatever. And, just like when you showed the big round thing, it reminds me of the Taurus field, someone's Taurus field around them. And I'm seeing everything pointing back to us. Everything pointing back to us.
They fuck Australians so bad. That country's fucked.
Is Australia doing really bad? I talked to a couple people over there, and they haven't said nothing about it. Are they doing bad over there?
Yeah, do your research.
You know what I really hate? When people say, sorry, JG. I just want to say real quick. I just want to say, like, if people say America's falling, it's fucked, and then I'll be like, well, it's up to us. What are we gonna do about it? And then they'll be like, there's nothing we can do. And it's like, damn, that drives me nuts. Go ahead, JG. My bad.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they're fucked. Like, human beings, they fuck that country. If you're getting fucked, it's always by other human beings.
Yeah.
Some people like getting fucked. They're like the political porn stars.
I like to fuck. I've banged just hitting. I like them up. It was hitting.
Well, people get used to it. A lot of people don't like change, you know? I mean, think about it. Think about it.
They only like change when it affects them. Sorry.
Yeah.
Kimbo.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. If it affects, yeah. Hold on, I got people running all over my house. I'm trying to keep my center over here. But yeah, that's the thing, changing up. A lot of people are used to being comfort in whatever they're doing. I know for me to change one or two little things, I didn't like it a while ago. Just one or two little things. And as time went on, I had to get used to it. Now I'm to the point where I'm all about change. See, it took me a while to get there. Now it's like, if I even hear something that may be even really weird and strange to probably everyone around me, I'm just the one that's like, I want to try it. That's different. I want to try it. And I'm only concerned about what it's going to do for me. See, that to me, that's being truly open-minded. To me, that's being truly open-minded, you know?
She's come undone.
If you can't win an argument, you just start calling people names. That's the best way to go about it.
That's a lot of people's answer, I guess.
Like, if people don't like what you got to say, like JG said something to somebody the other day, and they didn't like what JG had to say, so they start trying to hit the man below his belt and shit. I mean, that's another thing that aggravates me in this so-called community, that, you know, it's tough to have intelligent conversations sometimes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's that whataboutism. It becomes politics. Once you see whataboutism constantly with people, it's just like, all right, man, this guy, these people, this girl ain't worth it. You make a list, you know?
It's not worth your energy, right? It's not worth you wasting your energy on ignorance.
You figure out these people in the channels, and then you write a list, a mental list.
You look bothered, Kimbo. You got a lot on your mind.
No, I'm listening to what he's saying. I'm listening, and yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. It's kind, like a little mental list.
You look exhausted, like you're tired.
It's all politics.
I woke up from a nap.
We're politicians that, you know, unfortunately have to politic. It's inevitable.
Yeah. And this is the thing that gets me too. Okay, listen to this. When you go out in public, right? When you go out in the street or go shopping, you're going to run into all weird energies, right? You're going to run into people you don't want to deal with. Some you might say hi. Someone you might actually make friends with, trade numbers. You're going to have those different energy levels. We come to the internet. It ain't going to be any different. It's not, as a matter of fact, it's going to be worse than being in the real world, because people can actually hide, you know? They can hide, and like I like to say, do that screaming avatar head, and they can hide behind their avatar head and scream. So when you come on the web, it's not going to be any different. You're still going to have toxic people that want to know stuff, learning how to do this and do that, and then meanwhile, they're going to run other people over in the process just to get what they need. So it's just like being in the real life world.
Yeah, I mean, that's just life. mean, everybody you see, everybody I see, I know everybody's fucked up. That's just life, you know? There's a caliber to people. We're all fucked. Everybody's fucked.
Remember the map I showed y'all with the eyeball? It was shaped like an eyeball. Now look at this city. It's shaped like an eyeball with the wall around it. I mean, look at these cities, this painting. I mean, these people were building supreme architecture. This is from the 1300s, I think. I mean, if it's truly real, this painting, super advanced civilization. Like, I look at us as being uncivilized. So-called civilization today is very uncivilized. It's very indoctrinated and being herded by psychotic fuck people. Good old sheep herders.
Yeah, it's crazy. Life's insane. Some people
Right.
you say hi. Some people you say hi. I'm sorry, guys. I smoked some flower. I got these dandelions, and I smoked the dandelion joint, so I'm feeling very fucking crazy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dandelions fuck you up. They give you that crazy high. You get crazy.
I heard of dandelions, but I don't know what it does or what it feels like to you. I tried wild lettuce. Wild lettuce is nice and relaxing, but not dandelions.
Woo, baby, do I love spring.
I don't even know whether to take you serious, JG. Sometimes I really don't.
There you go.
Let's talk about the cosmic pendulum.
Okay. Inhalation. Wait a minute. Hold up, swolled up. Inhalation, exhalation with the pendulum, magnetic flow. Hold on. Okay, I want to see this. The law. The words are too small. We'll blow it up. There we go. Oh, can I read the law part, Charles? Since I can see it. Okay. Okay, I blew it up. The law on the left-hand side. The law in pink, or I don't know. One side's red, one's kind of blue. Okay. The law. Positive electricity is force generated against pressure resistance. Positive intensity increases with contraction due to pressure resistance in streams flowing in opposite directions. Positive electricity is accumulating, absorbing, and endothermic force of contraction, which seeks higher pressure. Okay, then the negative, that has a lot in that. Negative electricity is force radiated in the direction of pressure assistance. Negative intensity decreases with expansion due to pressure assistance in streams flowing in same direction. Negative electricity is a dissipating, separating exothermic force of expansion, which seeks lower pressures. Holy shit. Okay, so that thing, that falls around everything. Pendulum in the churches. They walk down the churches, right? I have my own pendulum I work with because I don't know a lot. I work with it. So you have swinging to one side, more positive, swinging to the other, since I still play with this thing. And this isn't used in a lot of things. The scale, right? The scale. We want to balance ourselves. So this pertains to a lot. That's interesting, Charles.
It's the light spectrum. Like I even show the personification of Jesus and Satan that I've said before. People know that Satan is the personification of low vibrating light. That's why Satan is what? The king of materialism. Then you got Jesus, the king of heaven, right? Which would be the spiritual aspect of you shedding the flesh and going upward in your gas form or your spirit form, however people want to put it, or your light form. You know, I think that's the higher light, and Satan would be the lower light in personification stories. You know, it's just sad to see people have, like I said earlier, ceilings and anchors where they're held down or blocked to elevate each way. You know, that's why, I don't know if you've seen JG, the video earlier with Spit Gems. That video is so awesome. When I seen the live this morning, I said, man, I got to share this with everyone. He did a good job explaining and really breaking down when he said, I don't believe in God. I know God.
Yeah, I like that too.
I knew you would like it, Candy, because you're pretty much like, I don't want to say on the same level, because that's just, to me, like when I thought about saying the same level earlier today, I said, man, that's just like saying you're on the same level means it's almost like it's not full elevation. Like saying you're on the same level means, I don't know how to put it right, but there's blockage. You know what I mean? You got to move up each level at a time.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Jacob's Ladder, sort of.
Yes, the levels of awareness too.
But yeah, even I definitely know I could watch his stuff and get something out of it. I don't claim to be an expert on any specific subject matter. I just have done a lot of research on certain subject matters. And then a lot of things, how I look at things is due to if I've experienced it or not, you know. I try to take that into consideration as well.
Trying to find this full map. I mean, you can see land where Antarctica is supposed to be. I mean, I don't know who drew this, but it was old. I can only find half of it. See how it says incognito on both ends? Take that out. Boop. For the bottom and the top, it's incognito. That's odd. Then I found this, which was interesting. You got land in our inner circle, and then you got land all on the outer parts. I know some are shaped the same, but I mean, I've never seen anyone use this map. It shows hidden lands everywhere.
I got a few maps, Charles, that show the ice wall and supposedly other oceans on the other side of the ice wall, other lands, etc. But in my mind, it's just all speculation, you know. Because nobody's ever really, there's no definitive proof of it. I'm one of these types of people, like, especially here in Oklahoma, people, like, especially if the newsman comes on and says that we're having bad storms or whatever, it's all people talk about here is the weather. Oh, are you prepared for the weather? And I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, I'm not going to be afraid of a thunderstorm or rain shower turning into a tornado or anything, you know. Now, if I see a tornado or if the sirens are going off, then I'm going to take appropriate measures to make sure I'm safe, you know, that I'm not going to get off.
Stay inside and shit, right? They want you to be scared now of weather. Stay inside.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, I tell people all the time, I'll believe it when I see it. Until then, I ain't going to worry about it. It's just water. It's not like I'm going to melt, you know?
How cold is it over there, JG? It looks freezing.
It's fixing to rain. It's fixing to rain.
Yeah. I thought it said I banged Chelsea's mom, but it says Chelsea Clinton.
Lord.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Hillary Clinton? Come on.
She's ugly. So is Chelsea. Chelsea looks like a fucking bucket of dingleberries. I'm not the best looking man in my, you know, I'm not trying to say I'm the best looking man, but I shouldn't say that anyway about anyone. Like, who am I to judge someone? But hey, she's not my taste, I'll say that.
Well, see, when you're
right. Like, she's food.
When you're a good-looking guy, right, you can easily get the ugly bitches, you know?
What? I just heard that. Okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, sure. Only you guys would know.
Say that again, JG. You said the ugly men get the best looking chicks.
No, so when you're a really good-looking guy, right, it's very easy to get ugly women.
Especially if you got money. You get any chick. They're not concerned with looks. They're concerned with what you can do for them. A lot of women nowadays.
I was gonna say JG must be talking about himself. I'm sorry.
Was it Crystal Witten who left me a comment saying she heard listened to my live stream and then went and picked, or she picked stuff to make a brew and then heard my live stream? I think. Let me look. What's up, Mind's Eye?
Yeah, I'm walking the tracks, Charles.
I used to love walking the tracks. Now no more trains come down them because America is no longer the hardware city of the world. America is hardly a fucking country anymore, and all the production of the stuff we used to make is now in South America and China, and China could go fuck theirself. All the political Chinese people can go fucking fall off a mountain. And the only way the country is going to elevate is if we start producing our own shit, which probably will never happen because most people that are sleepwalking don't even fucking stand for anything anymore. You know, the government tells them put a tampon over their nose. It'll help save your life. You know, but Dom, what's up? That was a great build yesterday, Dom. That was awesome. Two damaged people trying to heal each other is love.
That's called the trauma bond. And I don't know about healing. I don't know about healing because I got trauma bonds all in my family. I don't know about healing. Yeah. That's called a trauma bond. And you're under the illusion, like when you're younger for me, that it was love. They call it puppy love. But it's, you know, it's that, you know, no. It's that illusion. Illusion of love.
Yeah, I like walking train tracks too. When me and Daryl lived in Oregon, there we lived like right below the tracks, and every morning at around somewhere between 7 and 7:30, the train would come through, and then usually somewhere in the afternoon between 2 and 4, the train would come back through, coming back, the opposite direction from where I'd come in the morning time. But yeah, I usually ran twice a day, Monday through Friday. So if you were walking the tracks, there were certain areas that there was this one area that was like a bridge. So if you had to make sure that you were going to have plenty of time to get across this little bridge in case a train was coming.
Crystal Witten jumped in the comments and said, I am glad I found your channel. I had just harvested flowers using grain alcohol. My son helped. And then I watched this. What are the chances? I'm just a beginner. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal Witten, for watching my videos.
I got the local sheriff. I got the local sheriff on my tail.
Run.
Run fast. Take the shoes off and run. The shoes might trip you up.
Drama bonding. Yeah, I get sick of complaining sometimes. I just want to do something about it. Like, but sometimes I think also, fuck doing something about it and just worry about me. But then start thinking, I'm going to use Dom's word because I haven't heard the word in so long, self-absorbed or selfish. Sometimes I want to help people more than I want to help myself. And there's times when I want to help people, I can't even help my fucking self.
I can relate to that. I'm always so busy helping everyone else. And I have a habit, as soon as I even just let a little bit of energy out and just get a little bit right with myself, I want to dive back in to help people. And I'm having to learn over here how to regulate a little, because I'll dive so deep in and I forget about me. And then I start hurting and feeling like shit. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, you run around helping everyone else. Put the brakes on that help train. Okay, I got something I can bring up. Trauma. I had someone point this out to me and I did not realize it. I forgot who it was. We have so many people out there with great minds. Think about any time something might have happened to you and it would have been considered trauma, but you probably didn't look at it as trauma and you didn't address it as trauma and you may not even felt it. And now we're in the world we are today.
You talking about giving trauma or receiving trauma?
Receiving it. Now listen to this. As a little kid, if you were ever ignored by anyone, let's say you went up to somebody and you were ignored or didn't feel right, there's a little bit of trauma, whether you realize it or not. Let's say your parents weren't around. Okay, let's say you were molested. Let's say this, let's say that. There's a lot of stuff people don't, address. Like for me, I'm going to say for me, I did not address a lot of stuff. I was actually carrying it on my body. For those people that carry stuff on their body, like I know I do. I recognize it. Anything from my parents not, throwing money at me because that was their way of showing love. It was, don't cry, don't show us your feelings. Here's the money. And me and my sister just dealt with it. And actually we took their money and gave it to other people and helped them. That's what we did because we didn't believe in that. We were like, okay, you're going to throw money at us for love? Show us your love. We're going to turn around. We're going to help that one over there that needs it than us. That's what we always did. and so it caused problems. But a lot of things people did in their lives, like I'll say for me again, caused a lot of trauma that we don't even realize it. Like I didn't even realize what was going on. I didn't realize all the stuff. There was stuff that was over here like, oh, well, I let that go. I'm not worried about that. But really deep in my mind, I haven't let it go. Now, once I started to let go and addressing all those, like a lot of individual situations, guess what? A lot of weight came off my body. I started to get healthier. I even sleep better now. So it's even messing up my sleep. Everything. It messed up everything. Your mental state of mind. For me, it was my diet, the way I operated, the way I talked, all of that. Can anyone relate to the trauma?
Yeah. I've had, like, people wouldn't think it's trauma, but I've also put my mother and her grandfather through tons of trauma, being on the streets and just spazzing out. And I've also felt trauma, like, maybe not physical trauma, but imagine playing baseball and your mom, you don't have a father, but your mother never comes to your games. That's some trauma that you feel unloved. And, like, if you don't understand, like, I never understood what my mother was going through with depression and stuff. So I felt unloved, and I would take it out on her because I didn't understand what she was going through. It was about me. And yeah, you could get trauma from anything, especially if a parent makes their child feel like they don't love them, or they're not like not going to a child's video game, baseball game, to make a child feel like they're not loved. That's very detrimental to a child. I don't know if you meant physical, but anyway, go ahead, Dom. What's up? How's everything?
I'm a little bit under the weather. So when they use terms like inner child, who or what are they talking about? And Kim, since you put it out there, is a trauma something we experienced or observed?
Both.
Okay, it could be both. But as the person that's sitting inside of that vessel, are you experiencing it, or is the vessel doing it? One thing is to get hit in the back of the head.
Vessel.
The vessel's being hit. Now we're observing those things. And if our parents are unaware that they're not the vessel, but they're participating in it, then they're going to be damaged. So we're being raised by other people unaware.
Unaware.
This is why when I tell people, I said, did your parents teach you how to breathe? No, that's something else. You don't teach your child when they eat their food how to process it inside of them. So the vessel is its own intelligent. So that's why when people see something like a building burning down, they're going to take it out as their own. No, you've just got to observe it. When somebody commits a crime, who pays the price? The vessel.
Vessel.
Not us, whoever we are. And again, now we can probe to the ideal, then are we the emotions? Are we the thoughts? This is where people should be able to question those things, at least challenge them, and then realize, holy fuck, I've exhausted all my energy. I don't have an answer. I said, you've been trying to chase something thinking there's an answer to it. This is what it is. I know it's a mindfuck for a lot of people because they're so caught up in the mind, and then they're reloading it all the time with more information, in this case, external information. But again, I'm not going to take away the fact that a person's feeling is hurt, hence the term inner child. Your emotions have not been developed in those childbearing years. That's no offense to you, let alone your parents, because then at that point you're looking a mirror within the mirror. Then who do you blame? Do you blame another human being? Do we blame another country? I heard you say, Charles, about China. They're just other beings in another form. But we get fooled by thinking because bodies are waters, or they tell us this is a communist country, this is a democracy country, this is a religious country. Those are that's a shell game being played on us at that point, and we do it to ourselves. Hence the word self-absorbed. It'll be like asking Siri, "What are you?" If she starts saying things, "I'm the computer," I said, again, what are you? You're the program. You're not the computer. You're not the Wi-Fi. You're not the electricity. I get people get all spiritual. I'm not the body. What about the thoughts? Are you those? Who's speaking? That's the healing that most people have to do. To reawaken themselves. Opposed to, oh, somebody offended me. They offended you with words that you don't own. Go figure. It is funny when you start becoming aware. It's like, wow, I am so fucking indoctrinated. Why did I even spend time defending or attacking?
Right? When you can truly know deep inside you how you are, but then, yeah, you get swayed easy.
Mm-hmm. You know, and then some people turn around and say, okay, well, then if it's not the humans, I said, well, that's a different game now. You're going to play with the idea that there's other entities out there. I said, okay, what, you're going to take it out on air? You're going to take it out on the rain? You're going to take it out on the sun, which you can. People can entertain that idea. That's it. Fuck it. I'm going to actually build a shelter. I'm no longer going to be outside with the sun. Okay. Fill your boots. Again, this will determine whether or not a person's mature. Most people pretend to be a fucking adult. You know, dare not actually realize Christ consciousness, the concept. I'm using a written definition. Intellectual development. You've developed your intellect, and you've also matured your emotions. If you get triggered, both positive and negative, you're not showing that you're mature with your emotions. If anything else, it's an easy way to fucking waver it. Now, people will make it about me. I said, how funny. You're self-absorbed, but you make it about me. That's the defense and attack. I'm just sharing it out. I'm being the fool by talking out loud.
So it's the feelings that get triggered. It's not the vessel. It's the feelings that get triggered. Yeah.
It could be, Kimbo, because there's also the concept of body consciousness. You can communicate with your body. Some people, not all people. So the body could turn around and say, you know something? I'm malnutrition. You didn't wean it correctly. So later on in life, I'm going to have my body malnutrition is decaying unwillingly. But again, we look through the eyes and think that that's all the same. Really, how so? When it clearly shows we look different in a lot of ways. We sound different than each other. Again, that's people being children trying to fit a square into a circle. Fuck, that's funny. And then you get other people that are clever. Oh, I'm going to be different. I'm going to put a circle into a square. And then most people just settle fucking chasing shit like fiat currency, notoriety. Anybody that says otherwise, full of shit. They just don't know it yet. You know, but again, it's all entertaining. Challenge oneself, but they like to challenge others. No,
Thank you, Bob. That was awesome.
Well, it doesn't change it, Charles. It doesn't change nothing. It still is what it is. It doesn't change it doesn't change that. Yes, humans out of ignorance harm each other.
It helps me though, change myself because I want to change myself. A lot of things you say is helping me look within and better myself because I choose to take what you say and better myself because I don't want to say I agree with things you say, but a lot of stuff you say, then like you said, if I agree, then I disagree with something. But I appreciate when you speak a lot of, I don't want to call it truth, but it's common sense.
Well, again, we're always trying to put a word to it. Common sense is truth. It's a deception. Again, if a person understands the concept of repent, change. Why? Because the reason why we change is we have to actually go with the flow. We're the ones that are trying to interfere with it. This is why when they do acupuncture, what are they really trying to do? They're trying to activate something, or at least get to a point where a certain emotion has been stored to allow it to be free again.
Free. Yes. That's funny too. So I'm getting ready to go for acupuncture, Dom. That's funny. I'm getting ready to start appointments again for acupuncture. I like you said that. Yeah.
You can do it with Reiki. Those other people in, I think, India, where they do the things with the bottles and they suction onto your skin. There's all these different points. I say this jokingly. Me and my wife always joke about it. I say, yeah, I don't know why people worry about people being schizophrenic. You could talk to every fucking body part if you wanted to. Talk to your toes. Why do you want to put a couple of rings on this toe but not on the other toes? You know, but this is what we do. We walk around more times than not, and sometimes in a like a very blissful way or in a very ignorant way. Ignorance more or less when a person is giving pushback and then they start defending. I said, holy fuck, they're openly admit they're consciously ignorant now. But of course, then people will try to attack other people. I said, oh, that's the even funnier game now. What are they hiding? You know, and then of course, when people talk about the inner child, I said, yeah, your emotions. That's hence why people are like childlike. Now they could be spoiled. Those are the years when you develop your emotions. And you can't expect a parent that never developed theirs to what, teach you? You know, son, okay, here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to smoke. I'm going to show you what not to do. And that's what most of us do. This is what people call wisdom. Well, son, I'm pretty wise. I said, so let me understand this. You became a diabetic, you have a heart attack, you eat out of comfort and for convenience, and then you classify that as wise. Yeah, okay. So how do I prevent all of that? Then don't listen to me, son, and don't practice what I practice. Oh, okay. Then that's a piece of wisdom. You know, how many people that become well off, if they start talking on these channels, most people would say, holy fuck, it's a pretty simple system, but it comes out of consequences. There's a lot of side effects when people have to become billionaires and trillionaires. You're going to have a lot of people falling by the wayside. But how many people would say, but I would take a chance and said, you're just revealing your self-absorbed, which is fine. If you're honest with the self. This is where people get the concept of, and I think people have even written on it, rationally selfish opposed to just being selfish. Me and Kimba are sitting in an office, both going to be interviewed from a job. We're talking with each other. We're chilling. We're telling each other, these are my skills. This is how I learned it. Okay, the best to you, Kimba. We find out you got a job, but thank you for sharing with me because I know what to do next in the next job. But what most people do is they treat those kind of job interview like they're fucking being raised like a puppy mill. I gotta eat them. I gotta eat them. Hey, let's walk together and then we'll race at the last minute. That's a clever person at that point. Now I have to sometimes talk clever to be able to communicate with most fucking people that are unaware that they're clever. Especially when people start saying shit to me, well, Dominic, I went to university. I said, that's nice. You got a fucking degree. What we do, that's a fucking hobby. Now, they might think that's arrogant. I said, but don't you think what you were trying to say to me was arrogant? Did you create the school? Did you create the books? Did you create the patient that you choose to be a doctor or a lawyer? No. I said, so how important are you in the equation? Yeah. As I'm getting passionate about this and I have a sore throat. Go ahead, guys.
Listen.
As always, Dom always makes me stop and think as well.
Oh, yes, all the time. All the time.
It's when you start, it's when you start doing that to yourself on a regular basis. Then you understand how to revolt the self, opposed to pleasing it.
I got told down. I said I'm my own worst critic, man. I'm so hard on myself. When someone else says something, it's like, that's it. You know? Like, I beat myself up when I make mistakes or, you know, I'm very hard on myself.
That means you're driving your own bus and you're driving over you. Well done, Charles. Don't ever allow anybody else to drive the fucking bus over you. That's your responsibility, not theirs. When somebody tells me that shit about me, I say, listen, so who's taking care of your fucking kingdom? Get in your lane. We could be going in the same direction. If not, stay in your own fucking lane. I don't mind sharing with other people, and I don't mind entertaining ideals. When I hear people start talking about belief system, I said, there's a fun story. Or knowledge, there's a fun story. I know what right and wrong is. That's a funny story. Carry on. You're humorous, me. I don't have to go to Yuck Yucks today. Well done,
Right.
Jennifer. That's all.
It's those words again. It's those, and even JG got me to listen more intensely to words, because I'm quick to just say a word. But, you know, when you start learning where the English language came from and how they manipulated it, when I hear certain words, I got to stop and think. And I'm like, oh, there's a lot of people just want to throw a word out there and be like, yeah, that's it. It makes sense. Jump on board. You should believe it. And it's like, wait a minute. We all don't use the same words for the same things. And yeah, so listening to me is very important. Like for right now, listening, I have to listen.
Yeah, theory, like when you say the word theory, some people think that means fact. So it's like, oh, blah, blah, blah is a theory. And they're like, oh, okay. You know?
Right. Theory. I mean, there's so many words out there. And a lot, in my opinion, a lot of the stuff, is in the eyes of the beholder. You know, it's how you perceive. If we don't all see and perceive everything, like, okay, like, let me give you an example. Candy, remember I posted that video of what I was seeing in the sky, and you're like, I just don't see nothing. Everyone's gonna see and perceive. Everyone's gonna see and perceive things different. So most people would be like, some people would be like, I don't see that, but I know what I'm seeing. You know, like I know what I'm seeing. And then there'll be like other people that might see it, and it's like, you're not going to tell me any different if I'm already seeing it, you know, with my own eyes, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just the eyes. What about when you start telling somebody what I touched or what I've smelled?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Those are all individual experiences or observation. Now, somebody could say, yeah, but then how are we going to relate with each other? With language. You know, even the word theory, theo and ry, it means something else too. And if you understand reason, son of God, they're all very similar. Again, I'm using the English language. Even when people talk about facts, the word act gives it away. So you're regurgitating some yesterday's information. Did you experience it? No. So you're parroting somebody else's written work.
You're parroting.
Sure
you're
you are.
parroting
Sure you are.
somebody's.
You're parroting it. Sure you are. It's like me looking at a TV and say, listen, Dom, what did I watch? You watch a show. It's entertainment. Is it real? Whatever people perceive as real. That's why most people that are scholarly, they live in with those hemispheres. Well, it was written in the book. I said, okay, what book are we talking about? How did you read it? Are you a scribe? And if you wrote things down, did you do it with your left hand, your right hand? Which way did you write it? Come on. All of those are different points.
So it's like parroting, like regurgitating or copying, right?
Wow. A parrot has the ability to repeat what you say. So you're feeding it information, and it's going to repeat, but they're not asked to parrot. Okay, so what I just said, but do you understand it? Do you comprehend how to use those words? Well, no, I'm just repeating what you're saying, Dom. Okay. And that's what written work does. But if people understand exactly, actually not exactly, my apologies, where they see what it does to the hemispheres when you read. It's like being in an office with LED lights. The diodes do shit to a lot of people. It entrains their brain to be very literal.
And aggressive, and yeah.
Well, the aggressive could be because the body probably does need sunlight and all that, but we abuse it. We don't, most of us do. Well, I can only speak for myself. I don't take care of my body. I don't really know how to steward my vessel, especially when people start realizing, you know, Dom, you're taking that into a microwave environment. You know, but then people want to complain. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying, look at this light. Doesn't it look like a LED light? It's all white. Sorry, Dom. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you don't have to apologize, Charles. It's the way these streams are set up. It's your channel.
Yeah, but I want to be respectful. I'm still working. I did it yesterday at Max's channel. I cut off a few times. I gotta stop. Get excited and passionate.
Yeah. Well, what
The
helps
light.
what helps in respect is when you start hearing other people, but you're listening within, you'll know how to respond. Most people, what we do is we're hearing, but we're thinking we're listening. I said, you should be listening from within. This is where terms like the Buddha or the Buddhism, when they do, excuse me, when they talk about, let me fast and meditate. Let me abstain eating because my vessel has to actually process all that, and then I'll listen inwards. So when people start listening inwards, you'll feel pulled to say things. But I get the injustice that people think that's been done upon them. Is that a cat? That's a cat shedding again?
No, this is from that plant. Look at it. It's all up on the curbs.
Love it.
Turning its seeds. You know the plant you go, to blow everywhere. Kind of reminds me of cattail a little bit. When you break the cattail open.
And in nature, that would be a natural process, and then animals would pick it up and probably reseed it somewhere else. Unfortunately, it's just being thrown on pavement. We've interfered with nature and its process.
Sorry, Mother Nature.
It has a back door. You know, basically, most of us in these forms, the form can only go so far anyway. So, you know, a person living 80 to 100 years can't do that much damage.
You think Mother Earth would have a party if we all were exterminated? Mother Earth would be happy.
I don't know, Charles. We can entertain ideals, but I would say that the human part of it plays a role. It's like any species. If it becomes too abundant, it could be affecting what some people call chi, harmony.
It could be dangerous. Danger! Sorry.
Like danger will. It could be. You know, I can only entertain ideals because, you know, we don't live in all parts of the world. You know, and what we do hear or see is being bombarded with, you know, technology. You know, to live in a swamp or live in the jungle, most people would probably be just kicking and fighting for their comforts. Or it'd be nice to live out in the jungle with my Wi-Fi, my truck, my drone. I said, well, then you're not really living out in the jungle. You must just have a green screen in the background. And that tells you how easy the senses could be misled. How many people have seen media and say, well, there's a war going over there? I said, yeah, but the reporters, are they even there? As they're reporting, oh, there's a war going on in Iraq. Sure there is. There's a war going on my toilet right now. You know, and that's a little bit more real. Maybe we'll do poo analyzing.
Right? At least I'm here and I get the real information, not some unknown person on the
Or at least information you might turn around and say, okay, what can I do with that information? Well, that looks like the similar stuff that I used to do. Well, I had tacos tonight, Kimba. So what do you think that's going to mean? That means I like tacos. No. What do you think? The processing. Right. Again, I
you have hot sauce?
What's hot sauce?
You had hot?
Now I want to go into details. Yeah, you have hot sauce. How do you feel coming out? Yeah.
Well, that's Charles.
Those are details.
I love that about details. Charles. Most people don't want details. They just, okay, sum it up. Give me a point that I can get all excited about. I say 1 point. You know, you could tell people when they say shit like, you know, what's the point? Or here's another word that they use. These are very clever people. At the end of the day. Also, the day ends now. Interesting. The world's going to come to an end. Well, I think if everybody moves away from that vessel, isn't that true to everybody that lives in the human form? Again, I go inwards. I'm like, Dom, you're around a very clever person. They're just unaware of it yet. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I know when I'm being clever.
But Tom, let me ask you this. Can I ask you this? Because I know you're just very intelligent and you seem centered, but I can tell by certain things you say and stuff you put in the chat. I could tell How do you stop those, like, say stop, like I say stop. You know, you
Hey,
have those
Kimberly,
moments. What?
you said, can I ask him this? You're supposed to say this. No, I'm sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. You, like, for me, I still have those moments where you jump back to those insecurities, you know? Like, I can have those moments where I'm like you said, I'm like very confident and secure with me, and I'm a pretty intelligent person. But then I have those moments where I reach back into, I guess, going into your feelings, right? Where something might rub you the wrong way. So the reason I'm asking you is because even though I know I see you sit up here and you could be silent and listen and I don't see you get triggered much, I pay attention very well to people. And I do see, like, when you put certain comments in the chat or you say sorry for over talking when, you know, I don't perceive you doing it. So I still pick that up from you. Is that something, like, as us people, we're always probably going to be balancing and going back and forth? Because, I mean, we're like in the human form, we're still going to have those feelings, you know? So the feelings for me are still going to come into play every so often, you know?
Kimba, I say the word I'm full of shit. I already know I'm insecure. That's a given in my world. But I'm okay with it. And how I say that, I will say that to anybody. I'm okay with it. Now they'll challenge me. I said, this ought to be fun. Why? Because I already told you I'm okay. But hey, you want to challenge me to just try to disturb me? No problem. Tell me when you're done, because I'm going to take the same shit you just said on me and apply it to you. Most people just
Okay, you
don't.
sound like me. Okay, now you sound like me. Okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
You just, it's okay, yeah. You're
No,
still
but
gonna, okay, yeah.
with me,
But you
Kimba,
know, deep inside,
yeah,
you know.
being in the presence of doing a lot of healing, whether with my wife and other people, I've been able to open my chakras. At the same time, I've been able to remove a couple of curses. At the same time, I engage many receivers. So most people will associate when I choose to bring it down intellectually, but I lean more towards intuitive. That's the feminine energy, intuition, all that kind of stuff. But more times than not, most people are going to be forced into their masculine energy. They're programmable. So I have to relate with that. I like to talk about crystals, singing bowls. I like talking about how energies and clouds and all that kind of stuff. But then there's people
Wait a
that
minute.
want to.
I'm sorry. Can I stop you right there? You just said something would force us into our masculine side. What do you mean? I don't understand that. What do you mean? What?
TV programs, radio programs, internet programs.
Okay. Or
Those
probably
are
your environment, anything around you that might. Okay. All right.
karma is the masculine energy. It's the action part. and it,
Karma.
and it's needed in a public environment. You need to lead in with that energy. Privately, it's your feminine energy. But like I said, I've opened my chakra and I like to share. That's all it is. I'm not here to prove anything to anybody. I'm just sharing because as I share out loud, guess who the student is? Me. For
Yes.
most people, they think, well, Dom, I'm like a teacher. I said, if you're the one in the front of the class, guess who's the biggest student? You. The rest of them are there for marks or probably wanting to get paid or receive money of some form, which is the same idea of getting paid. Paid attention is another version. I get it. You almost have to be the fool. And there's quite a few guys that are hosting channels. They literally have to be the fool because talking to the masses, that most of them aren't genuinely interested in that information. And how I know that is, did you follow up? Did you pursue that information? Did you scratch the surface? You, Kimbo, you go out of your way, you learn things about singing bowls. But for a lot of people, they don't. That's not of no interest to them. It's like talking to an Olympic person. People, it's nice to observe and be entertained by watching a sprinter. But how many people would stick to it if they wanted to practice that particular craft? A lot of people don't put a lot of effort even in their own crafts. Even when I enjoy talking to my buddies about fiat currency. Most of them probably know how to work for it and earn it, but they might not understand all of its legs, how fiat currency is printed, how they actually manipulate the market with all the currencies. That's of no interest to them. And then some of them will get clever with me. Said, Dom, I don't think that's the way it is. I said, okay, I just told you my version. What's your version? Telling me you agree or disagree doesn't tell me your version. I could have been full of shit. I just want to see whether or not people want to communicate and share with each other. Most people, Kimball, want to be triggered. They get triggered because they want to hear more pleasantries.
I was gonna say used to it. We get so used to it, right? It becomes like a normal thing.
Yep. And the thing is, if you're okay with it, it doesn't matter if somebody else introduced something else. But when people get disturbed, I said, then you're showing that you're not okay with your position. Because if somebody said, Dominic, I'm a criminal. Yeah, I don't agree with criminals, man. Like I said, Dom, I'm a criminal. Dom, oh, I think you're a cool guy being a criminal. Like I said, Dom, I'm just a criminal. It's the guy that turned and goes, well, you trying to tell me it's wrong. I said, no, I'm not. But you're revealing yourself. Most people don't even know how to play fucking poker correctly. Don't show your cards. And if you do, how does this serve showing it on a public platform? Kimba, if I was chilling with you at a restaurant and all of a sudden I saw a couple over there yip-yapping and arguing and complaining to each other, I don't give a damn who's right or wrong. I'd be looking at the guy that owns the restaurant. Are you going to deal with that? Because that's noise. And most people on these platforms are like fucking Jerry Springer. At least the people at Jerry Springer were probably getting paid. They might even have been scripted, but they were getting paid for it. And it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. Then you lose an eye, then it becomes an Olympic event. Well, hey, JG, I even said it, JG, maybe we'll even make it a skateboard event.
County. He's got to work.
Well, I'm off today.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming by.
Okay.
I'm just eating and listening. I made me a salad.
I haven't eaten yet today. I don't have the appetite yet. But this weather out here is very eerie. It's been very eerie out here all day. Remember, Charles, you said it was very hot. It's been very hot here. Not hot, just weird. The sky looks like rainbow colors. It looks like the LGBTQI community came over here and hit the sky. I'm just joking, but it's all different colors and weird and eerie.
My name is Terrence, and I identify as 280 pounds.
I think JG. I think that dandelion. Look, I think you like that dandelion, huh? You like that dandelion there?
I'm just having a great day. I got some pants yesterday. It's fit good. I'm having a great day.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
The stars are aligning.
I had a real good day yesterday and today too. For some reason, yesterday and today, it's been really good.
Are we getting chips for those good days now? This is my third good day in a row. I got my third day chip.
Is it right? Three good days, 3 happy days. Woohoo! Hey, it's starting to feel like that. But make it 30. Let's try a week.
I need my sponsor. I think I saw some raindrops. I think I'm not feeling good now.
I'm gonna go dig out my 2-year chip. I have a 2-year chip in there from AA or NA or CA or one of those places. Maybe I should go dig that sucker out. Put it right in front of me.
But the irony behind that, Kimba, not taking away from the people that they struggle with certain things. It reinforces the dependency. Because terms like recover. What are we covering? If a person is already fighting with their underdeveloped emotions, and then drinking gets the best of them, or any kind of substance. And now they start putting in, okay, well, pray to God while you're talking to a person who's an atheist. So now you're forcing them. I said, that's going to play on my emotions. Well, call your sponsor. Because I hear all these terms. Call your sponsor. I said, okay, so who is it? Nike, Adidas, Diodora. Because for a lot of people, when they buy things, it makes them feel good. It could be masking something.
Right, it's like putting your faith in something. So you put your faith in the chip and those meanings and all that weird stuff. An unknown stranger that supposedly knows all about your life and can lead you. That kind of sounds like a God figure, right? It can lead you to the right gates and never use again. That's why I could never go to those things. It was like a cult to me. But
function over fashion. Function over fashion.
Mm-hmm. That's a good term, JG. Yeah.
Function over fashion.
But again, it doesn't. One thing doesn't fit for everybody. For some people, certain things like pharmaceutical has side effects. So some things that the AAA offered, in its premise, it might sound good, but then you have to understand each individual person. What was their upbringing? Why did they turn to the bottle, or let's say weed, or porn, or compulsive shopping? Why did they turn to those things? And that would be something where you would have to sit down, and the person has to feel safe with themselves to share out loud, hopefully in a private setting, because most people don't want to be scorned or made fun of in a public platform.
Feel safe with yourself to share.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, safe with yourself to share.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And for some
I
people,
see it's another word. It's another word. I'm thinking over here, feel secure. So that reminds me of JG. I'm sitting over thinking, feel secure, confident with yourself, safe. That's another word. Feel safe.
And for some
You're
people,
going to
Kimba,
share. Yeah.
For some people, Kimba, safe can come in a form they're okay with you ripping a hole with them. Other people, they're not that way. Like for me, I'm okay. Somebody, if it's a private platform, they can go upside of me, downside of me, right through my heart. I said, okay, tell me when you're done.
Right? Because you know something. Yeah.
Now, if somebody does it publicly with me, I'm like, okay, so what are you hiding? Why? Because I'm going to play this game just as good as you. Because I know I'm hiding something, but I'm thinking, how does it serve you to know what I'm hiding or I don't feel comfortable with? And some people will hide their emotions. Some people, it's their mental capacity. For a lot of people, it could be their physical. For guys, a lot of guys, they don't know how to communicate it. Other women will. Not all. It doesn't fit it. It's not one shoe fits all. Because there is guys that I've talked to. It takes a while to chit chat with them. Eventually, they're saying, "Yeah, Dom, I have these thoughts. I just don't share out loud." I said, "Okay. Sounds like you're willing to feel safe to talk about it now." Now, if a person quickly judges you by saying, "Well, it's right or wrong," what I'm hearing, I said, now you're just going to pull them back into their not feeling safe. I'm not here to judge other people. I'm here to hear other people. What they do with that information, that's on them. Last time I remember, who's one single fucking being that could defend the rest of the human race? What are you going to defend? Wars? The way women get treated? How children get treated? And I can throw in some pleasantries, the break dancing, the music, and all that. But it's not my responsibility to represent the whole. But there is some people out there, they think they are. I said, you're fucking clever. You just don't know it yet. Now they can make a buck off of it. I said, yeah, you took your settlement. That's why when you go to court, what's your settlement? You're not getting justice here. You're going to get a settlement. What do you defense? Go ahead, Charles.
With your settlement, like settling the mental scars with money.
Mm-hmm. Well done, Charles. Yep. That's why most courtrooms, the best way to win in a commerce court isn't settled privately. Public display of
pay
saying, well,
people off. Pay people off so we don't look like asses. Yes, right?
Yeah. Especially when people understand the new. And I said, okay, so you're coming to a courtroom and you're going to play this. I'm not the birth certificate. I said, you still think you're the fucking physical, you moron. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I don't identify as this fucking citizen. No, that's nice. I don't have to have a license to drive a car. Okay, so, but did you create the fucking car, you moron? Did you create the road? Well, no. I said, so you're a self-absorbed fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here. The sooner you get rebooted, the better for them. Because they obviously failed themselves here. You're living in a system that has rules. And I'm not just talking about man-made rules. I'm talking about nature, too. Nature has its own fucking orchestrated rules.
Citizen. You should tell them, challenge that. You sit in Zen. You're not a citizen, but sit in Zen.
The hell's that beep?
That's the Dalek JG from Doctor Who.
Or it could have been my headphones because they're dying.
Could be. Yeah,
is there a robot in here?
Yeah.
I thought it was us.
Okay. Hello, robots. Welcome to Earth. What the fuck? That shit's loud as fuck in my ear. I'm gonna throw a fit, man, like everybody else.
What?
We gotta give you a baby bib. A baby bib.
Come on, fix your mic. What the fuck, man? Not Chiquito, dude.
If we take a baby fit, that means we have to buy a baby monitor.
If you have babies, you gotta be a slave. Because they made it so hard for you to survive.
Well, I got done eating my salad. Now I'm going to make me a cup of coffee.
All right, I'll write the check and give it to you when you're done.
Woo-hoo.
All right. Nothing's free on this planet, my friend.
Hey, at least I'm getting paid holiday pay tomorrow.
That is a cliche saying.
I took the R from free, and now you got to pay a fee.
Today on Jerry Springer.
I know somebody that was on Jerry Springer one time.
I won't even tell people that.
Well, it's weird, okay, because it was my daughter's dad. He had dated this girl he cheated on me with her. And then we were separated for a few months, and then we got back together. This girl that he had cheated on me with, this was like, I think after my daughter's dad had passed away. He passed away in 2002. I think it was like 2003 or 2004. I'm sitting there watching TV one day, and Jerry Springer was on. And the subject matter was this girl that was in love with her cousin and how she never could have a relationship with anybody else because she's always been in love with her cousin. This girl comes out on stage, and it was her. It was this woman that he had cheated on me with. I about flipped out. I was like,
I bet your jaw dropped to the floor. Yeah, I'd be like,
yeah, no doubt. So I was like, so that's why it didn't work out between them, because she was, secretly in love with her cousin. Just weird.
Wow. Okay, so we're watching those shows. Go ahead, Jason.
That word back. It sounds like a relationship but no trust. Like you're putting your backs together. Like you guys don't face each other.
But yeah, me and him got back together and had a kid, and then he eventually left this realm.
So if I can share for a
What
second.
the fuck?
I didn't hear what I said. My mic fucked.
your mic's fucked. Yes, I'll be honest. Your mic's fucked. I heard you. I heard that part. Your mic's fucked.
Oh.
Yeah, your shit's pretty fucked.
And not in a good way, my friend. No.
Why do people say that? Thought about it, like putting your backs together, not facing each other. No trust.
I can't really even hear you, man.
Yeah.
Maggie said the original UFC Jerry Springer show.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, they was always throwing down on that, man. It was funny.
Today on Jerry Springer, we have Candy.
Now you'll be able to hear me. I said the word back together is like you don't have trust. You're putting your backs together instead of facing each other.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or like, I don't know. You think about a lot of English words. It's like, what? Where did they get that from?
Exactly.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't want to be freaking analyzing every single word I use either.
I respect that. I do. Now that I learned that a lot of these words are setting us up for failure.
To each their own is all I gotta say, you know? Anybody can live their life the way they want to live.
How many bowls have you smoked today, Candy?
None.
How many bowls?
Bowls.
Oh, I'm probably working on my second one right now.
Nice.
So I didn't know what was going to come out of JG's mouth after that, and I never know. So nice.
Nice.
He said nice. I was waiting for some sarcastic remark, something smart ass, whatever. That's what I was waiting for.
Pretty
Go, JG.
That's what you want. Nice.
Pretty stagnant live stream. Everyone's probably drunk, cracked out.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, I just
'Cause it's
smoke a little
Memorial
weed
Day.
and tobacco. I'm not getting fucked
Another
up.
excuse to party. Yeah, they're gonna party Memorial Day. They're gonna celebrate the terrorists who stole land from people.
Yeah, that sheriff
Yeah,
must
it's
be out
Memorial
here
Day
trying to find
weekend,
drunk
everybody.
drivers. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Everybody coming in the store buying their hamburgers, hot dogs, bread, all sorts of goodies, soda.
Yeah, down at the Walmart, everybody's buying the bread.
Those money grabs. I call those money grab situations. The holidays and all that. Money grabs. That's what I say. They're called money grabs. I just say money grab. Holiday? What? What holiday? It's a money grab. Yeah.
There's a bread shortage at the local Walmart because everybody's making hamburgers and hot dogs.
Sounds like he's making fun of my accent.
Nah. Hey, Candy, you can take it personal if you want, but I'm just being myself here.
It's all good. I don't take nothing personal. He said people in Oregon ask me all the time, where are you from? I mean, like, where do you think I'm from?
I mean, we can take this to Jerry Springer if you really want to settle.
Yeah, let's go throw down.
There's
and I'd rather blow down than throw down. Shit.
Dom, I wanted to say I like what you said earlier about how, there could be Jerry Springer here, there. Some people want to do this, maybe on their platforms, this, that. That helped me realize a lot over here, because I'm too busy deep thinking into everything about what's going on and are there little cults and weird shit going around and all that. And I know there is. I know there's that out there too. But it helped me realize, like you said, having someone to talk to the masses. There are people out there who will talk to the masses. It helped me get a new perspective on what I see people doing on streams, because it's like, it is. In order for anybody to have a voice to be heard, whether it's here, you go in public, anywhere else, you have to have a level of patience. You have to have a level of patience. You have to have a level of clarity, maybe not be so freaking toxic, I would say, in order to sit there and listen to all coming in, the energy coming in, who's been hurt, who this, who that, to kind of get and maneuver your way to what, like for me, what I really want to learn or figure out. Like I had to go through that. I had to go through a lot of toxicity, people, me included. I never disclude me at all. Me included, had to run my little toxicity ass around a bunch of other toxicity people to get through and maneuver. And then I started, but in the beginning, I started, like shying away. JD, remember you said you were going to let someone's energy chase you away? For a while in the beginning, I was like, everyone, if it's going to be like this, I said, I ain't ever going near it again, because there's some crazy hellified people out there. And then I had to stop and think, wait a minute. You're pretty crazy too, woman, yourself. I had to realize that myself, and I was like, okay, I'm crazy too. And then I turned it around. I did in flip mode. I said, well, you know what? And this is, I would say, the stubborn part of me. I would say the part of my ego that was like, I'm not going to let none of this or nobody chase me away. And I didn't. So I went into flip mode and I was like, I'm going to make it a lesson. So if I have to sit here and listen and wait till, me and wherever and whoever else has to sort through stuff and get to something I might potentially help me and learn, I'm going to do it. And I did, and it works for me,
Can I share something with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I might have to Put your arms around your chest for this one. Most people, whether or not, what most people probably aren't aware is they have diarrhea of the mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now, if you truly are listening, but you're saying you're listening to me, I said, you're full of shit. That listening is done from within. What you're going to do is you're going to hear another person. Now, I choose to be the fool to speak. So when people start sharing with them information, you know, with language, they're culting up already. So now once you're inwards and you've listened within, something will communicate with you and say, okay, so you're having a problem. So I'll give you this a simple example, Kim. But next time you're sitting or standing beside another person, tell me if you're with them. Hence the term, love thy neighbor as thyself. If you realize you've never been out of that vessel, who's your neighbor? Again, this is moronic talk that most people do with each other. They might have diarrhea in the mouth and they might make it sound very cool. They might talk about, you know, I understand spiritual stuff. I understand philosophy. It's still diarrhea of the mouth. And I'm okay with it. Where other people, they won't say that. What they'll do is they'll try to talk down to people and say, well, you know, you don't understand your feelings. I said, and who's responsible for that? For them. I'm the kind of guy that I tell my buddies, I say, listen, I don't give a flying fuck about you. Now, they might get upset. I said, tell me when you're done. Why? I've never lived in your vessel. So guess who's responsible for you? You. Talking out loud, yeah, we can share ideals. We can communicate with each other. This is how the dogmas work. That's why it's called commerce. You sell ideals, not just trading and bartering with energy. So again, it's one of those things, like I hear you guys talking earlier, Jerry Springer, most of those people probably sign a contract, so they can't divulge the fact that they're going to be playing a script. No different than those people that play with the evangelist. Oh, I'm going to pretend
was Jerry Springer Jewish?
Does it matter?
That just popped in my head.
Yeah, but does it matter?
It does matter. Yeah.
Yes.
To me, it does.
Yes, he was.
Okay, so you guys know, okay,
Makes
I'm
sense.
going to go with the idea that we know Jews are gypsies. They're not from the tribe of Israel. Or are you thinking that they're the same? Again, different bloodlines have different people that jump in and out of those vessels. Now you can say whatever the fuck you want. This is why we have an entry point. Once that vessel is birthed, then we come and play. Now,
well, I've met many Jews, so I've kind of figured out Jewish people.
Okay, so you figured them out. What's the clever ones? The ones that reveal themselves? That's fine. I get it, JD. But they don't represent the whole. JG. So they don't. I wish I just knew your name, but I'll go with the initial JG. Okay, yeah. But again, it's like talking to Christians. You're talking to the backwash Christians. You know, it's like going to a store and say, listen, I don't want to talk to the guy that works there. I don't want to talk to the manager. I want to talk to the guy that fucking owns it. Unless you're willing to talk to them, you're talking to lowlifes. And again, you can go inwards. You don't have to have those kind of communications. This is why some people, if they truly have that ability, they can put a fucking book under their pillow. They'll be able to get that information, because if it was inspired to be written or spoken through inspiration, you should be able to grasp that. Most people think I might be full of shit. I said, are you willing to admit that you're full of fucking shit? Because you do need shit for fertilizer when you're planting any type of seed. Again, the listening is done from within. The word ear gives it away. You respect each other by hearing each other. You don't respect people by saying, I fucking agree or disagree. When did it become about you? I thought you were just going to hear me. Oh, well, Dom, you have all those fucking running programs going on, your likes and dislikes, your agreements or disagreements. Fuck, you want to play duality? You play that fucking duality. But at least try to understand how the feminine and masculine energy works, how yin and yang works. Outside of that, whatever the fuck you learned fuck all. So now you're back with the rest of us. I don't give a shit who the fuck anybody is. That's their responsibility to understand who they are. And they might do critical thinking of what they're not. I'm not the vessel. I'm not the thoughts. Oh, okay. So then you scratch some surface. Well done. Well done. How old are you? 50, 60, 70, 80 years old? That means fuck all. That's an aging vessel. Anybody that tells me they're 40 years old, I said, you're fucking a program. You honestly think you're the vessel?
Man, that's such a good way to put it. I'm 40 years old. You're not the vessel. The vessel's 40 years old.
That makes me think of that saying when everyone goes around and says, "Respect your elders. Respect your elders." What's considered the elders? Our parents, our grandparents, tribes. Wait, when? Who's the elders, and why respect them? What do they got going on? How are they acting? What are they running around doing? I just had a thing for that. Don't get me wrong. I do respect my elders, you know, in a way, to a certain extent. To a certain extent, this is me. To a certain extent, but that little saying, "Respect your elders." When I would witness the elders around me and what they were doing and what was going on, I was like, these elders, the ones that I see and doing hella wrong shit, ones that aren't even raising kids right into, am I supposed to be respecting them? What, you know?
Those
What
are
about that thing?
elderlies. Kimba, those are elderlies. So the ones that are elders, the ones that are wise, you respect them, you hear them. They can come in the form of a 5-year-old. That's wisdom. When you get that prodigy child, that's wisdom. The ones that's clever, the dad tells them, put your hands on the stove. Those are the fucking numbskulls. They're going to join the military. It's the one that's going to say, why? Well done, son. You're an old soul. Why don't you go in the dark room and answer that question again to yourself? Elderlies, now, if you want to learn what not to do, then you can ask them. Yeah, sure. Can you tell me how you became a diabetic? Can you tell me how you went to fucking university for 10 years and then you actually practiced for another 20 years for one fucking degree? Well done. Well done. Now get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I never respected the shitty elders. Like, to me, it was like, don't respect your disrespectful elders.
Maybe show them sympathy. Show them sympathy.
There's a few elders, a few people that actually were thorough people, good people, but I've seen a lot of fucking nut-ass older people growing up, even now, but when you're young, it's different. And then once you hit a certain age, everybody's shitting on you. Oh, you're 32 and you, look at this guy. What the fuck's he doing? But when you're, 16 years old, skateboarding every day, people still look at you like you're normal.
Again, those are just manifesting in the physical,
I'm just saying, as you get older, these elderly people need to tighten the fuck up and shut the fuck up.
It's really, JG, it's not about the aging of the vessel that makes one wise. There's the mortal form and then there's the immortal part. You'll know when you're in the presence of somebody, especially if you're a seeker and you understand being the student. Most people are not teachable, so they're not ready to be the student.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. This is the learnings I've had as a learner of life.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm with you. But that's a challenge for most people, because this way you have to realize then you're going to be seeking for the few, not the masses. The masses already have their journey. If they tell you to put on face cloth, they will. They tell you to put on a tie, they will. If they tell you got to work 9 to 5, they will. They might bitch and complain about it, but they're still going to do it, which is fine. You do need a program running. It's the ones that say, well, I don't agree with it. I said, that's nice. So then what? You're going to try to convince everybody that drives on the fucking highway or go in the malls that I am awake? I said, no, you're that much more fucking asleep. And if you say this is about the shit about being a rabbit going down a rabbit hole, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I hear you.
People like using those phrases because they use those cliches. Well, I'm going to live off the grid. I said, who gave you that term? Conspiracy theory, who gave you that term? False flag, who gave you that term? Why? Because once you start understanding all that stuff, it serves. It might not serve you as you're living in a waste, in an existence where most of the technology is given to us. It just shows up. Ooh, where did we get all this technology? I don't know, Dom. It just showed up. So you just know how to work with programs? Yeah. Who gave you Wi-Fi? I don't know. Who gave us the alchemy of cars, let alone the language? I don't know. At least you're being honest and humble. It's the clever ones that, well, I understand this. It's okay, then. Let's hear it. So how does steel come to be, let alone the language I'm giving to it? Why is silence golden? It's the best conduit. Why is it golden? Why do the Muslims say, peace be upon you? Silence be upon you. Why? Because you're fucking a moronic piece of shit. And if somebody's going to channel through you, you got to learn to humble yourself. Get your house in order.
I can hear Dom saying this to
to myself.
Peace.
To his
Peace
to
to
a
Max
woman
Vision,
or
man.
to his little brother or some shit.
No, I do that to myself, JG. Sorry, I do that to myself.
You can
Sorry
call me Jack.
Jay.
Sorry about earlier, Max. I hit the wrong button and fell off the live stream. And I was on the bus anyway, and it was loud. And
I hear what you're saying, Dom. I'm as much as I goof around, the serious side of me is very hard on myself, and I have to be hard on myself. I have to have discipline. You know, some people, oh yeah, fuck that. No, you gotta have discipline. You gotta be fucking hard on yourself. That's just a solution. That's the way you gotta be.
Yeah, part of me, it helps. I mean, it helps, right? It can help you strive and get somewhere in life if
What
you're,
do you
you
mean it
know.
helps? That's
Yeah,
the help there.
yeah, that's the. Well,
That's
when
the
you say hard
that's the
on,
mindset. You know, it's like an athlete's mindset. You know, you gotta be hard on yourself. You gotta be persistent, vigilant.
yeah,
Well,
to a certain degree, I would
resistance,
say though.
resistance does
Nah,
train
Persistence.
muscles.
it's not like a least amount of discipline. You know, you should be shooting for like a higher degree.
Well, you got to use
Yes.
the concept of fake it till you make it kind of a deal. Sorry, Kimba. Fake it
Well,
till you make it.
that's what I'm saying. That's that low caliber bullshit.
It is, but for most people, they already are very low caliber. So for them, they're going to need a little bit pushback because it's, even though resistance help, most people don't realize how much we're attached to most of our comforts. People are like fucking the Linus with the little blanket. They don't want to let go. No, you can't say those things to me. That offends me. So let me understand that. Words offend you, but if that woman just got raped and that child just got molested, how do we categorize all that? This is the shit that people say to each other. But yet they'll quickly group gang when somebody comes on and starts saying noise about somebody else. They love that shit. And then they wonder why their heart gets so fucking tainted because it loves fucking backbiting.
Dude, I'm tired of these Christians and religious people that talk about faith and a relationship with Jesus and God, and they come on these fucking panels, you see them in the chat, and all they're doing is gaslighting and manipulating people and guilt-tripping people. You know, that's all they resort to.
Don't limit this to religion.
It just...
religions, humans.
It's because they don't know any... They don't know. That's why they do that. They have a ceiling over their head or anchors. They're not, you know.
I can't stand them, man. They're like the scumbags, the biggest scumbags.
But then haven't you lost at that point? Because all humans, to a certain point, right, we're going to start attacking, besides just religions, all the states. Are we going to start attacking all the people that play the half full, half empty game, whether they're flat earth or not? I look at.
I'm attacking people's fucking mind and behavior. So if somebody has a really shitty mind and behavior, right?
But is that their responsibility to do that, not yours? Again, this is where people understand.
Again, mind and behavior is something you should fucking level up on. You should change. You should not be a fifth grade manipulator constantly being difficult.
JT, if I could print money, I probably would. Would it affect a lot of people? Probably. If I told a whole bunch of people I've been manipulating, like you've been in a cult, that I've erred and all that, they're just going to get upset with us. They'll continue doing that. That's their responsibility. We can share with each other. But once you start thinking you need to change somebody else or force them to level up and all that kind of shit, then you are that fucking Christian.
Right.
That fucking state, that liberal, that guy that's saying, I don't agree with communism. What the fuck are you talking about? All isms don't fucking work. Because
I see what you're doing here. I'm just saying people should tighten the fuck up.
They should, but at their own pace. And their own pace.
Right. Okay. I'm not. Right. Okay.
It's okay to be a bull in the China set, but eventually the bull has to be fucking put down.
Yeah, I'm not that Christian. I see where you're getting at, but don't get that shit twisted.
It's not me being twisted. I'm just aware that behind governments is humans. Behind religion is humans. That's the common factor. It's not because of Christian. It's not because it's a religion. It's not because it's state or a fucking flat earth or a globalist. Those are just fucking more stories. And in those stories, how does it serve you?
Right, and these stories fucking ruin people.
They could. And for some people, they become financially successful from it. I've just printed a whole bunch of Bibles and I sold it to a bunch of fucking morons.
That's what I'm getting at. That's the material side, being successful financially, materialized. That's, you know, what I'm saying is it ruins people's psyche. So they're mobbing down on your psyche, and now you're a victim, and now you're just another scumbag manipulating people, doing all this dumb shit because you can't even level up on your own mind and behavior.
I'm with you, Jay. But the thing is, when I hear people say, Dom, about certain things, people sharing about crystals and they say it's woo, I said, we're done. Why?
Dom, I grew up around Christians, Catholics. I've been around Jews. I went to the first Catholic high school in Philadelphia, in America, right? The first Catholic high school in America, Roman Catholic. I grew up around religious people. I had a Jewish fucking chemistry teacher. I grew up around all types of religious, people with faith, people with all these, beliefs and whatnot. I see it everywhere I go, man. It's the same fucking shit as in high school everywhere you go with these people on in these panels on the streets. It's the same shit, man. They're all just fucking toxic. Their mind and behavior is weak, right? And yes,
because they don't know.
You wish they would change. You're not trying to change them, but at the same time, I have to change how I am around these people. So when I'm around these people, I have to fucking be a certain way, right? Because I know they're fucking scumbags. I know they're toxic. So you have to carry yourself a certain way, and you say, hey, I wish these people weren't so fucking goddamn annoying, right? I wish they weren't. Come on, man.
Why do you choose to be around them then? Like, you can just not be around.
See, now you're hitting me with this angle. What I'm saying is it's everywhere, right?
Well,
you do work. Come on, man.
JG, I understand what you're saying. I'm just gonna say
I keep my panel tight. I don't have.
I'm just listening.
I'm not saying, dude.
I can relate.
Now you're saying your panel, right? It's not, dude. It's the big picture. That's what I'm getting at. It's not these panels, right? It's not. I'm not specifically talking about these panels. And by my words, you should have been able to decipher that. I'm not talking strictly about the panels.
Because the promise of heaven on earth is yours. It's just how you comport yourself and how you interact.
Heaven and earth is a theory.
No, the feeling of heaven on earth. You can create that for yourself in your own environment. You don't have to let what's happening out there affect you.
We know what you're saying.
You can acknowledge it. It's that old saying, being in this world but not of it, right? The people you interact with, hopefully you have beautiful, wonderful interactions with. But that stuff that's not good, cast it aside. You don't disregard it completely. Know it's there, but don't make it the center of your life. The center of your life should be happiness.
Right, and I see you trying to school me on this, but at the same time, what I'm saying is it's everywhere. When you go into certain jobs, it's the big picture. If you're pursuing skateboarding, it's in that. That's what I'm saying. It's everywhere you go. You got these fucking dysfunctional religious fucks, dysfunctional mind and behavior fucks. This is part of life. Is you have to deal with these people.
Well, you don't have to, long-term interaction. In what way do you have to interact with them? That's the big question, because you have to make the choice of whether or not to interact with them and how to interact.
Are you from Earth, man? Where did you grow up?
In a big city.
Yeah. What big city?
Right now I'm in Hamilton. I grew up in Oakville. I moved to Burlington. Now I'm in Hamilton.
So you're in New Jersey?
No, I'm in Canada.
All right, you're in Canada. And you didn't see any of this?
Of course I see it. It's everywhere. But does it have to affect me? You didn't deal with
any of this?
I don't have to interact with it.
I get what Max is saying.
Yeah, I see what he's saying too, but it's inevitable, man. You're going to have to deal with it. You're saying
you can minimize
you're saying like
at some points, yeah, but you can minimize what you do in the interaction, right? If it's an uncomfortable and something you don't want to do, just make sure that it's as brief as possible.
Yeah, that's one example. There's severe. You go for the lower cases, man. You're going for you're.
He's just trying to give you positive feedback, PG. That's it. He's not trying to. No one's trying to gang up on you and down you.
That's not what I'm saying. See, this is where it gets insane. Is people have different perceptions here. Well, I hear what Max Vision's saying.
Yeah.
I hear what the fuck you're saying, man. I'm hearing what you're saying.
What would be a situation?
You're doing these low level cases, right? Oh yeah, and then you're saying, oh, you don't have to interact with it all together. You don't.
There are the fights we have to do.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm on a fight against EMF radiation, but does it? I know that I am being attacked, and everybody
Look,
else.
like how are you saying this when
So
we
I
have
make-
mind control?
I don't let it affect my
fucking our
life
human
every
race.
moment, you know.
Humans are fucking
But
humans.
that's
Like how
affecting
can you
me
even
every
say
minute.
that shit?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you mean there.
You don't have to interact with it. Like what the fuck is that, man? That's like a delusion there.
Well, for your personal life, you know, like we.
No.
We're being
See,
attacked.
you're still like fucking doubling down.
Okay, so what?
It's your personal life.
Give me an example.
Yo, Charles,
please.
Charles. Look, I'm not in a bad mood. This guy
No,
is
no.
just saying some stuff
no,
that's
that's
kind
all
of
right.
off, out of
all right.
pocket, right?
He's all right. So give me an example.
No, please don't
of what
say
you're
I'm in a
talking
bad
about.
mood because I'm not in a bad mood.
No, I don't think you are, and that does trigger.
And
That
that's kind of
triggers me,
corny,
man. Tell me
That's
I'm in a
kind of
bad
corny
mood.
to even say that, like to
Yeah.
say I'm in a bad mood. Like
No,
you're
he's
not
not.
even hearing what I'm saying then.
Yeah. So give me an example of what you're talking about, so I can relate better.
I don't even want to even carry this conversation now. I don't want to give you any examples. I heard your examples and I've heard what you're saying, and I'm going to yield now.
Sure. Okay. I'm fine with that.
I just want to say one thing real quick, because hearing everything all around, JG, from what I'm picking up, JG, you're talking, you're talking about your own thing, what's going on. I can relate. People around the world.
Kimba, it's not my own thing. This is everybody is facing.
Okay, not your own thing.
Everybody's facing.
I know, not your own thing, but what I mean is because you're sharing from your own mind is what I'm saying, okay? You're sharing from your own mind.
I'm reasoning here.
Okay, yeah, there you go, reasoning. I can relate with that. No matter where we go in the world, then we're not talking about panels, anywhere in the world, we're still going to run into people with this real toxic, gaslighting, disgusting behavior. We're going to run into that. What I'm feeling right here now is a matter of just JG just talking, but Max also you wanting to you want to like give him positive feedback. I can feel that, but it's just encountering the world in general. You know, I mean, we can pick and choose where we put our energy and not interact with certain individuals, but we're still in a world where we got to go out in public. We got to do things. We got to get by, right? So we're still going to interact with the toxicity. And that's where it becomes a whole childish thing. So I can relate on both ends.
If you see the delusions,
yeah,
you know,
and you see them real clearly, very clearly, you know. But Max, no, I get you want to. I know you want to like, kind of like, shed light, help, or whatever. I could see that.
Give it a shot anyway, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could see and I could feel it. But he's just like what I'm saying. He's sharing like from his own mind and what a lot of us are already experiencing. Like for me, the same thing. Even when I just got to leave my house and go in public, I have to do a whole weird thing where I'm like, all right, you're going to go in there. I mean, I go through this weird stuff like, you're going to be okay. Because I know I'm going to be interacting with all that, you know?
Yeah.
And we're going to be there for a while, for quite a while from what I'm feeling. We're going to be there for a while.
Yeah, let's get deep here and not keep it shallow. Let's not resort to shallow fucking words and shallow wording, right? If we're going to talk about deep shit, let's not be delusional. Let's not, resort to some nonsense.
I can also say another thing. I also learned for myself, it's a matter of, do you want to talk and help someone as they're talking to you, or can you just listen? Can you just sit there and listen? Because I couldn't do it for a long time. I couldn't just sit there and listen to someone. When they talked, I had to put in my 2 cents all the time. And for me, I was over here like, I'm trying to help you because I feel when people are talking to me, it's like, I want to help. I want to give you. And then I would get that lashback. With a person is from people, but no, I'm just trying to talk. I don't need this and that. And I was like, oh, okay. You just want someone to listen to you. So for a while now, I've been doing the listening thing where I just listen a lot and try not to go in as much as I don't humanly possible. I don't have to, But because my toxicity level, and I'm admitted, is still not there, I still tend to go in. So I'd have to sit back more and listen. It's hard to do that listening and then wanting to do that. You want to listen, you want to help. We might be talking too much, this, that, all that going around. I yield.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. I yield to whatever that was, but I wanted to share that. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I wanted to share that. Listening,
Can you
talking.
hear me on
Yes.
the panel?
Yes.
Mic check.
You're good.
Yep, you're good.
All right. Just want to make sure I was coming in. But listening to the conversation, between JG and Max, both of y'all are correct. If you all listen to what
Now it's cutting out. Now it's a critique. Everybody's got a critique. I think these people are correct. Kim is saying something, Mag is saying something.
If you talk about it, people want to talk about it. That's the idea of chat.
It's not even a critique though. It's just
sure. Well, that's what he wants
Check
to
this
say.
map out, Max. I found this drawing on I was looking through maps, and it shows our realm in the center, and then it has all this other land on the outside.
Oh, that's bizarre. Oh, that's pretty cool. Got any creatures on it? Your voice is very low. Try adjusting your mic.
You see I'm very low?
Yeah. Very low volume.
Yeah, Charles, the bad mood stuff, man. Like, what's going on there?
I think if anything, Charles gotta adjust my mic. But what I was saying is that both of you guys is right. Is because if you're listening to what Dominic is saying, you don't have to face the shit that's around you.
Yes, you do.
But you do. So listen to what I'm saying though. You don't have to to face it, but you do.
Yes, you have to interact. You have to face it. And if saying, "Oh, you don't have to interact, you don't have to face this," that's a delusion, right? You're pushing misinformation there.
Listen to what I'm saying though. Both of you guys is right. You don't have to face it, but you do because it's a choice. You choose to observe what's going on around you instead of serving what's going on around you, right? So because we people, we kind of live without a purpose, so we don't give ourselves a purpose. So we're left with no choice but to observe, life giving itself a purpose. So is how does this thing serve you, right? Or how you serving it? But we observing what's going on around you. We all being observant.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
Y'all didn't hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh.
I'm gonna send you this map, Max. I got this, and then these other.
That's cool.
A couple of these other.
Oh, that's a weird one. I like that.
Opinions of knowledge.
It's all opinion until you apply the information.
Florenzia. Cool.
Oh, sorry. I'll put it back.
I read it.
Yeah, when it rains, you don't have to interact with the rain, right? You don't have to face the rain when it rains.
But you do, right?
Sarcasm, right? You see that sarcasm?
It's not a sarcasm because some people don't interact with the rain. Some people choose to stay in the house.
All right, dude. When it rains, you got to deal with the rain. That's why people stay in the house, right? Oh, it's going to rain. Let's stay in the house. That's their way of facing it. Come on, man.
No. Facing it is to be in the rain. You can't face something that you
Nah, dude, get out of here with this shit, man. You always twist shit up.
It's pointless. Don't worry about it.
It's like, no, you're still trying to justify your own opinion, where it's like, no, when it rains, you're facing the rain. If you're in the rain, you're facing the rain. If you're in your house avoiding the rain, you're facing the rain.
No, you're not.
If you're avoiding mind control, you're facing mind control.
If
All
you're
right.
You're
aware of
trying to
mind control, you have to
understand mind
finish.
control.
How
You're
can you face?
facing
How
mind
can you face?
control.
How can you face something by avoiding it?
Well, that's a guess.
That's a guess.
A guess.
It doesn't make no
Send
sense.
these maps.
Either you're facing it
Excellent.
or
Thanks,
you're
Charles.
avoiding it.
You got
This
my
is
mind
where
thinking, JG. You got my
this
mind
is.
thinking. Okay.
Yeah. What's up, Bex? That's Bex.
Who?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that was
Bex.
Kimbe.
Oh no, it's me. No, you got me. You got me thinking about that, JG. About not, not. Okay. Yeah. See, my wheels are spinning now in my head. This brings me back. This brings me back to Naga. Naga, no offense. Okay. Much love and respect. This is what brings me back to what I was saying before. We all want to talk about what we perceive as whatever. Okay. Now, I want to be careful of my words here because I don't want everyone to stop me on my words. Anyways.
Just
Yeah.
Just get your words down.
I'm just gonna flow. Okay. We listening, wanting to help, being the receiving mode. When you are interacting with another person, I'm seeing it's a matter of paying attention. How you're interacting. Does that person, are they just talking because they're talking about their own experience? And if so, the receiving end would have to know how to listen. Okay, I'm speaking from personal experience. Now, if
There's
someone,
a bit of cognitive dissonance in here. That's all I'm getting at.
okay, well, I would say that too. I would say that too. That's why I'm listening to all the energy around, and I'm picking up when someone wants to just talk. I'm picking up when someone wants to help. I'm picking up when Naga came up here and he wanted to help the situation. But I heard you, JG. You're like, this is. We dropped it. It was over, right? So I'm already seeing that. I'm seeing all this, So that's why I was saying it's a matter of listening. And if the person actually wanted like your input, it's like got to be like that balance. Because for me, again, I said this before, I'm quick that when someone's talking, I want to say, okay, well, you can do it this. I want to go into teacher mode, help mode, whatever mode you want to call it. Okay. I want to go into that because I love people in general, period. I love humanity. I always have. Okay. I have a fascination with the mind, the psyche, and everything. And I happen to be pretty good at it. But I had to get toxicity out in order to get there. So when I'm picking all this up, it's like, who are you? If this person is just talking, is it a matter of listening? So it's like the receiving end. You want to pick up the receiving end good. Because what JG's saying, I can go all day and be like, well, this. Maybe if you look at this, maybe if you don't want to, I could do it all day long with JG. I'm a mother, a sister, an aunt, cousin. I could do that all day. But I'm also, because I cleared out a lot of toxicity on me, I'm able to pick up. He's just talking. He's talking. And that's all.
No, I'm actually just trying to reason here. And what were you saying, Naga, with the avoiding thing? Could you say that again? You said avoiding. I'm avoiding.
Oh, I was asking, how can you face something by avoiding it? If you either you're avoiding it or you're facing it. But bottom line is, we complaining about how we're being served after asking to be served. We all going around asking to be served, and then when we get served, we're complaining about how we're being served. It's like going to
Okay,
the restaurant.
I don't know what you're getting at saying being served. If you could elaborate on that a little better.
Yeah, when we bring up a situation, it's because we want to dissect the situation. We're trying to serve, do a service to ourselves, by breaking it, or being able to digest it, the situation. And then people will come in and help you do that, and then we complain about how they're helping us doing it. Well, if you ask for help, you just have to agree, accept how it comes. You can't, ask for help, and also dictate how the help is supposed to come.
I just sent those maps. Max sent an email.
We go back to what I was saying when I said both of you guys was right. Especially from what Dominic was saying. We not trying to find out how this thing is serving us. We're just trying to talk about what we observing around that's going on around us. We're not trying to see that okay, how does this thing serve me or how do I serve it? We're not looking at it from that perspective. So we complain about how we're being served. Period. But we all serving each other. We all doing a service to each other and ourselves. Period.
Trying to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be delusional here, and I'm just being raw and real with you guys. I'm not going for the cognitive dissonance, so that's where I stand.
Naga, can I ask you something? I want to ask you something. Can I ask you something?
I'm not going to fuck up my words here. You guys heard exactly what I said. You can replay what I said. I'm not going to twist shit around.
You're good, JG. Naga, can I ask you something? I want to ask you something.
What the fuck? Good, JG?
What?
What'd she say?
Oh no, I said it's all good, JG.
It's not all good because it's it's being difficult now. Now it's getting a little difficult.
Okay, well, I'm gonna change the subject. I'm gonna change the subject completely. I'm gonna still keep going. I like information. I'm gonna change it completely. Naga, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just want to ask you because I see something in you I see in me. Okay, so I want to ask you. That's why I want to ask you. You say we a lot. We. I used to say we a lot. We. Then I realized I had people looking at me like, who are you referring to as we? Who is this we category? Who's we? For me, I had to turn it to I, and I still work on it today. I have to say I have to speak from my own personal experience. I was going around saying we all the time, and people are like, we? So you just put me in your category. You put me in your category of we. So I'm just bringing this up because I hear you say we. I hear a lot of people say we a lot. And because I went through it, it's like, that would be like speaking for a whole group of people. How can we do that? That's my only question. We, the pronouns, we. Okay, the pronouns, we. How do you perceive we? Who's we? Who's we? Yeah, who's we when you say we? Your definition of we.
All right. When I say we, I mean, all the version of myself. And I look at, everything, in life, as a version of myself. Even the trees, the waters, the birds, the animals, every other human being.
Well, that's a delusion.
Of myself. So when I say we, I'm talking about, this part of myself, this group of, of myself, that on the same level of frequency and vibration.
Yeah, we're a lot different than trees. Human beings are way different than trees and grass.
Well, I say
we have similarities, but man, we're fucking way different.
Well, I want to say peace to agnostic principles. And Max, if you have time, if you would want to share, because I can't share my screen because I ran out of hotspot. But if you have time to share, because you could zoom in on those maps. But
Naga, you say a lot of theories, right? And you think you say what I think, right? This is all your own opinion, right? But we have knowledge that we are way different than trees, It is a fact that our mind and behavior is way different than a tree's.
Nobody said we were the same. I just said a different version. I didn't say it's the same version. I didn't say me and the tree is the same version. I said we different version.
Oh man.
So in other words, Naga, when you say we, you said you're speaking of you all the way around. Only you. You and only. That's it. Only you.
Yeah, because I'm
When
looking
you
at
say we?
the whole.
Yeah, and in my thinking, I'm just looking at another aspect of myself, really, in all of you.
Okay. That's where the words get mixed up, though. That's okay. See, that's okay. That's where the word. Okay, that's where the words get mixed up. Say we. Keep going on. Say we. We. If you really, I don't know, because I'm gonna look up what we means. It should mean a group.
Naga
few
says
people.
stuff and then he switches up. He switches up a bit.
It means flip the W around and say me.
This is the thing with human beings, is the constant switch
Yeah,
up.
Charles, me is we. You is me. We all say that.
Let's get out of our opinions and theories here. We already have knowledge.
This is no opinion or theory. This is facts. That we all say we.
Yeah.
That we is me. And we all say you. We all say me. This is a fact. It's not
But we
no
don't.
opinion.
But we don't all say we, Naga. Well, see, this is listen.
Yo,
I
yeah,
just
well,
said this. See, I just said this. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna get real honest.
No, listen.
I just
though,
said this.
You said we in some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form, you address to something, including yourself. You say we.
Yeah.
Right. So we all do that. Everybody do that. Everybody use we.
Wait, everybody. You
They
said
do with they
everyone does
too,
that.
right? They're doing this. They're doing that.
Yeah.
There. Oh.
Those
It's just
people
for
there,
me. Well, for
they're
me, when I
doing
hear
that.
someone say we, I'm over here like, why? That feels like finger pointing to me. Like
Who is
we, like you're including people in what you do when everyone has
face
a
the
mind of their
rain.
own. You know, that's how I see it. We all speak for ourselves, feel for ourselves. So when I hear someone say we, I'm like, you're including me on your little whatever you're thinking that go on in their head. That's how I perceive it, you know. That's why I changed it to I. Yeah.
But Kimber, you just spoke to a part of you that was in me. Right? You just asked a question to a part of you that was in me.
Right, because we have mind and behavior, but we're way different than a tree. We all have mind and behavior. We're human beings.
Makes you me.
Consider conscious energy. It's not much different. Just in a different form, right? We all return to the energetic form at some point.
Yeah.
It's just a word. You know? That's why I don't like the English language. It's the words. It's the words. People say we, people say I, people say, and then you perceive them different. And then you've got all this big clusterfuck, I like to say, you know?
It's not what you think, it's how you think.
So
It's how you fucking reason. Well, reasoning is how you do everything. That's a proper exercise in the mind. Reason.
Perception, right? Perception is everything too, right?
That's
Not
reasoning.
what, but how you do
World-
it. Not what, but how you do it.
Reasoning is not the answer to everything. You can't reason to me on how, on how the body come into existence. You can't reason that to me.
Reason is the proper exercise of mind.
No, but reasoning is not the answer to everything, though, in life.
Some people have fake reasoning. They have like a fake knowledge, right? A fake knowledge is believing Santa Claus existed.
Reasoning
right?
is
This
just a
guy's
puppet
really
tool.
on a fucking on a sled delivering packages to fucking kids with reindeer. That's fake knowledge.
Reasoning
right?
is just a proper. It's just a useful tool of
Consider
proper
that
education.
esoteric knowledge.
Right? You want to push that off as its knowledge. Some people do. Some people, shit, to this day believe it's real. I saw a video on that recently.
Yeah.
Explaining.
So there's fake reasoning. There's 100% real reasoning. There's seemingly real reasoning, illusion reasoning, just like knowledge, right? There's illusional knowledge that is not real.
That was plural. Yeah, these I and thou.
This is where beliefs come in. People have these beliefs, but it's not based on knowledge. It's just some elusive theory they have, right? Some seemingly real theory. People want to believe buttes, right? You see a butte in a mountain, they want to say, oh, they were fucking trees at one point, giant trees. That is a elusive knowledge. That is a belief, right? Those buttes are made of rock. That is the fucking knowledge. But people want to push off elusive knowledge. They want to push off.
No, they were big rocks. They can be proven that those were big rocks, and they became fossilized.
Buttes are all rocks. That is not wood. That is
Dudes?
not a tree.
What are you talking about, dudes?
Buttes. Butte. B-U-T-T-E.
Like Devil's Tower. Those are probably heel bones of giants.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a theory, right? And people want to go by these theories, and that's their reasoning, right? They want to. That's how they reason. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Why does that bother you so much?
Why does it bother me so much?
Yeah.
Is that we already have knowledge, and people are still going off of bullshit.
Well, it's in your perception, right?
No,
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
In reality,
Everything
in
comes from your
reasoning, in knowledge, buttes are not fucking old trees, giant trees. Come on.
With your perception, that's how it is.
With reasoning, with real reason and real
With
knowledge,
reasoning that
true
you
knowledge.
perceive to be true.
Dude,
Okay?
you're trying to be
You're
difficult
still
here,
under
man.
perception, my friend.
Nobody is trying to be difficult. It's just your perception.
But you're being difficult. I don't think you realize you're being difficult.
No, it's
Truth-
just your,
truth
it's
is
just your
subjective.
perception. It's just your perception of reasoning.
Dude, Max, what the fuck, man? Are you on drugs, dude?
Well, what information have you been exposed to? Have you been exposed to all information?
Do you get what I'm saying here? Is that a butte is not an old fucking giant tree made of wood, right? A butte is rock. There's minerals. There's
because you
study
don't
the
think it
chemicals,
is,
and then you
nobody
can
should
prove
be-
there's knowledge that it is not a tree. So people saying that, yeah, this
You're going by
butte was a
mainstream
giant
science,
tree.
though, which
That's a
lies
theory.
all the time.
Well, and he's pushing
Mainstream
his
science
ideas.
is
His
theories.
ideas are the truth, and everybody else is not truth. You know.
Right. So there's like a denialism in here.
Yes.
Well, I don't know, JG. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
What do you mean you don't know what to tell me, man? Can you see what's happening
One,
here?
I'm
Can you
not-
see?
I'm
I
not in the
can see
mood
what's
for
happening.
arguments.
Does anyone want? Does
chaos.
anyone want me to be honest? I can see what's happening. Do you want me to be honest?
I'm keeping shit in check here. That's what's going on.
Okay. Yes.
Nah,
Okay. Can
it's
I?
a
Can
denial.
I?
It's what you said, JJ. It's a denial going on, and it's coming from you, but you can't see it from that angle.
Like, dude, we know what knowledge is. Now, if you want to, go against knowledge,
Whose knowledge?
you're fucking up.
Whose knowledge?
Who's trying to push who and whose knowledge book over here? Come on, really? That's the thing. We can't push in one aspect.
Dude,
I'm not even going to
rocks.
say
A
name.
butte is rocks.
I
Are
hear
you
what
kidding?
you're
Me?
saying.
We have knowledge.
Okay.
Like there's sand and desert. What are you going to call the sand now? You're going to call sand. You're going to believe that's God's fucking dandruff. All the sand in the desert, that's God's dandruff. Is that your belief?
Goes on.
All right, we're changing subjects, man.
Well, this is what's fucked up is like, this guy's pushing on me, but it's like, dude, like, see the knowledge, man.
Now he's offended. Oh my goodness, you're going lefty style on me.
I'm not offended. You're just annoying as fuck, dude.
I never seen JG this
On point.
Oh. That's your
I'm going to
opinion.
agree. I'm sorry. I'm going to agree with JG. I am.
It's
'cause I'm reading the
but
whole-
it's not.
I'm re-
It's
I'm
not
reading the
about
whole
agreeing. This is where the knowledge comes in. It's either true or it's false.
Prove
You
it.
know?
Well, in my eyes, there's something true
You're
going on right
saying
now.
you're saying it says that it's rocks, right? But fossilized trees, and it could be proven. Go watch.
Dude, a
what's his
butte,
name?
right? A mountain.
There are other
You see
theories.
mountains, and then there's buttes. What are mountains made of, huh? Can I ask you that? What What's volcanoes? When that shit comes out of a volcano, what is that? Right? What's your theory on that?
Volcanoes don't make those roots
lava, right? What is lava, right?
I don't know.
I thought it was
You're more
mashed
of a
potatoes.
mainstream.
I thought it was mashed potatoes coming out of the volcano. You know, that's
All right,
my
this shit's
theory.
getting on my nerves now, man.
Well, I'm pulling a you on y'all. I'm pulling a you on all you guys.
He is. He's flipping the table.
Nah,
Flipping the table.
he's basically proving again. He's proving what we've been saying.
Yeah,
None
he's
of this
proving
shit. Like, what?
theories.
Hold on, right quick.
Dude,
What
I'm not pushing
hold on, right quick.
theories.
Let
That's
me
what I'm
finish right
saying.
quick.
I'm trying to fucking get you guys out of your theories and realize that there is knowledge.
No, you are proving that there is popular theories. That's it.
Sounds
That's
like a
all.
church. What you
just
say is
proving-
right, and what everyone else says is wrong.
All right, Charles, I've been studying your psyche here, man. Like, you still don't see what I'm saying. There's knowledge and then there's theory. There's, belief, right? Like this skateboard I'm on, right? There's wood. It's not a theory, that's knowledge. That's proper
Back in
reasoning.
a few minutes, I got
To
something.
look at this skateboard and say, oh yeah, that's wood. That's proper exercise of mind. That's knowledge.
That's
Right? I'm
You
not
gotta
looking
go
at this
to the
and
Mud
saying,
Fossil.
oh, that's made
Mud
of
Fossil
fucking steel.
University has proof that those are trees.
That's education, man. And education is based
This
on
is where the
popular.
knowledge and belief, this is the cognitive dissonance that we often talk about. It's right here in our face right now.
This is the part where we pick and choose what we think is true and false in the system, in the whole system what they give us. We pick and choose what we think is true and what we think is not. It's not no knowledge.
That's what I'm getting at, though. It's not about picking what's true and what's not. It's what is true and what's a fucking belief, what's an opinion, a theory, a assumption. Right? That's what I'm getting at.
No,
There
you're
is
not getting
knowledge.
to
There is
that,
true
though.
knowledge and there's fake knowledge. Seemingly real elusive knowledge. I already talked about this.
So prove to me they're rocks all the way. Since
Prove
when
to
do
you they're
rocks
rocks?
build? Since when do rocks
Like,
have
Charles,
shapes like
you
trees?
believe in giants, bro. Like, come on. Like, you have your own...
I believe. I didn't say they were factual. A belief isn't a
That's
fact.
what I'm saying. A belief does... Yeah, you have your beliefs. What I'm talking about is knowledge. That buttes, right?
My speculation.
That's rock. That's stone. There's no fucking...
Why do you come here if you hate everything so much?
Why are you getting like this, huh?
I'm asking.
If I hate...
Yeah, you're so... It seems like
Because,
everything
dude,
that is here
it's...
is bothering you. And then, I'm thinking, well, if it bothers you that much...
All right, man, why do you say I'm in a bad mood? Like, you constantly resort to, like, saying stuff sometimes where it's like, dude, what are you doing here?
No, it's not like that. It's not even like that.
And now you're salty. Why even come here? Like, you're pulling a Paul enslaved, or you're pulling, like, one of these, like, toxic panel fucks. You're pulling that line on me. Like, I come here literally to reason and learn. I don't care about the, we get past the theories. Now, if you're still caught up in theories and opinions and assumptions, right, that's your problem.
I'm trying to figure out what those were. They're not rocks.
But how do you know? Come on, man. You ain't trying to reason there. You're just trying to be difficult.
I could flip it on you. How do you
Yeah,
know
well,
they're rocks?
why even try to fucking flip it? Why even try to be difficult here?
It's not about difficult, bro. This thing is not one
Dude,
way.
Nagas, dude, do you see what's going on? Cuz, Naga, do you see what's going on? Do you guys see what the fuck is going on here? No, you don't.
I
Get the fuck out of here.
do. I do.
Everybody see
I'm
what's
just
going
saying
on.
here.
Everybody have their own take on what's going on, bro. Because we disprove that.
Yeah, I'm not delusional here. I see the delusions in you guys, and you can't fool me.
People could flip, and I could flip it on you too, bro.
I'm not flipping it on you, though. I see your... Dude, you already showed us your delusions, Naga.
No, that's what you're doing right now. Is showing that you're being delusional, that you're doing the same thing that you're claiming that we're doing.
Nah, dude, nah. You see, you got an angle now.
I know there was giants. They still exist. They're 7, 8 feet tall. That's a giant. 12, 14 feet tall. There's skeletons everywhere.
The thing is, he think
He said 30 feet in the one video.
You think there is an ultimate truth, which there isn't, which means that knowledge is not solidified. What you
That's
think
your
knowledge
theory.
is not even
See, you're
is
just saying theories, man. Once
it's no
again, you got
theories. It's not
theories.
theories. It's
Well,
just truth.
then you're in denial.
No, you're in denial.
No, this it's not me. It's you. It's you.
You can't see that you're being in denial.
That's you.
You're the only one that can't see it.
That's you. Now you're gaslighting me. You're
Ain't
the only
nobody
one that can't see
gaslighting
it. Like
nothing.
you're resorting to toxic shit. There's knowledge.
There's many people
right?
that come here and
there's
say,
theories.
what I say is right and what you say is wrong. You're all delusional.
Right, and I'm
Plenty
not
of people
Smith.
come here and say that.
Right, and I'm not Smith. And I'm not you guys.
And that's what I'm
Right?
that's what I'm telling JG Charles. But he can't see it. He's the only one that can't see it. Everybody else see it. He's the only one that don't see it.
No.
That's a gas right there.
Max
So you're
is on
resorting to
JG's side
gaslighting.
too.
Naga, you're skewed, man. You're a threat, right?
Nobody is no threat.
Nah, but see, you can't see what you're doing, man. I can see it.
No, but how can
Run
you
this
see what
shit
I'm doing?
back, right? If
How
you
can
really
you see
want to
what
figure
I'm
out
doing?
what's going on here, run this whole episode back, right? Go back
How
30
can you see
minutes.
what
What
I'm
was
doing,
Naga
but
saying earlier?
how can you see what I'm doing, but you can't see what you're doing?
Now I'm
I
gonna
can
talk
see what you're
about
doing, man.
giants and giant trees every day.
What's going on here? So it's always a one-way street for you, huh? It's always your way or the highway, huh?
I got knowledge of you, Naga.
You don't got no
You can't
knowledge.
handle the truth.
You don't got no knowledge, bro.
I got no knowledge.
I don't ever
You just
come up
showed
here
us.
and
You
tell
just showed
people
us what
what I
kind of
say is
thinking.
factual.
You just showed us what kind of thinking you have. I have knowledge of who you are. You're thinking right now. You might improve your thinking. Hopefully, you improve your mind and behavior. But I see what the fuck you're doing right now. I see where you're at. What caliber you're on.
You just have your own perception of what
I'm
what
on the
knowledge is.
45.
Period.
Oh, you only have your own perception. Yeah, okay. Keep saying whatever you want to say, man.
That's what it is.
I already got you figured out. It's all good.
I'm not here to carve anyone's road or path. That's their fucking decision.
How is it that you now figuring me out?
All right, go talk to your family, man. Like,
I just have to mute myself to talk to my family, bro. I'm around my family. What are you saying?
I can't keep like engaging with this guy. It's just I got to stonewall this motherfucker.
You're just proving you don't have no knowledge.
Everything I speak is perception unless it can be proven. Like water levels out, looks a lot. That's fact. You can't deny that.
Knowledge is
That's
based on
knowledge.
perception.
Hold on, dude from Mud Fossil University. I always forget his name, man. What's his name? Roger from Mud Fossil University has proof that a lot of these so-called rocks were either living, trees, people, when there was this cataclysmic event, and that's even perception because we didn't live through that, so it's not hardcore facts, but something happened where you can tell things were fossilized with mud. So there's evidence of these huge trees everywhere. Now, as far as Titans, I don't know. I've never seen a Titan, but there's also evidence of that in a way. Is it factual? Never said it was. I have no clue.
Sunburn is caused from the sun. Now, is that a theory or is that knowledge that sunburn is caused from the sun?
It's common sense.
No, that's knowledge. That's not a theory.
The problem with the so-called knowledge is everything we're taught is almost all of it is lies, and we have to pick it apart and try to figure out what's the truth.
If I said sunburn is actually from the stars, right? That'd be fucking like if I said it was from space, not the sun. What causes sunburn is space. That's a fucking theory, and you're a wingnut.
Theory. Yeah.
What I'm getting at earlier is there's fake fucking knowledge. There's skewed knowledge. They want to pass it off as knowledge, right? But it's not.
Yeah.
It's just a
Okay.
theory. It's just a belief. It's just misinformation.
Okay, let me give you a little example, JG. Like, of
what are you doing here?
Just look, I'm giving you my own little example here, okay? Look, give you my own little example.
Your little experiment.
Yeah, this is a pendulum, okay? I know this is real because it's in my face. It's a pendulum. Now, if I wanted to go into what the pendulum really does and believe in it and move it like I do right now with just my energy, that would be belief, you know, like for me. So I understand what you're saying. That would be a whole different thing. But you got to believe in what this object actually does, you know? So it's like there's a line. It could be tangible. This is how I say it, tangible, right there in your face, like this. But then there's also, do I believe what this thing does? Do I go in and, you know, and try to figure out, do I work with it? Do I see if I get it to work and mess with it and do things, which I do, because that's the experimental wanting to know everything side of me. But that's how I relate it, something tangible that you can see versus if you really take it in. That's my little thing. Okay, sorry.
We have knowledge that looking at a rock and making that rock move with your eyes is just not knowledge. We have knowledge in that.
Guys, can I be a big subject changer here for a second? I hope they
Oh,
go
yeah.
in a different direction. There's people that
Naga, go fuck yourself, man.
Once again, try to be a subject changer.
Hey man, much love to you, bro. Respect.
Nah, fuck. I don't. Fuck out of here, man.
Hey, bro. Despite how you feel, bro, I still love you. I still fuck with you.
Fuck, man. If I don't fuck with you, why do you fuck with me?
Because it's really not about you. It's really about my energy and my frequency. You think things revolve around you, or you think that you controlling things?
That's a gaslight, dude. See, once again, you're manipulating me here. Like, you fucking cocksuckers got to chill with this manipulation.
I'm just telling you the truth, bro.
I think I'm the center. Now, what you're doing right there is you're literally gaslighting. That's manipulation.
Okay, bro, but I'm telling you the truth. So you ask me a question, I answer you truthfully. So I don't
That's
know.
not the truth. And see, like, you foreign cats, you get smacked the fuck up because you run your mouths. Like, I've seen guys like you in Philadelphia.
Nah, you ain't never seen nobody like me.
All right, man. I've seen that mind and behavior from many fucking people.
You ain't never seen that nowhere.
All right, keep that mind and behavior going, man.
All
You're
right,
playing yourself.
Dom left. This is the shit I'm talking about.
All right, Dom left.
You must be getting smacked a lot because you're talking about smacking people a lot. So you must be getting smacked a lot. I realize.
Look at you trying to be gangster here, dude. Like, come on. Like, you're trying to fucking pull this shit on me. Like,
I'm
come
just
on,
waiting
dude.
for Max to come back so we
I hear
can
you
do
talk
these
like that a
maps.
lot. I hear you talk like that a lot. So I can only assume that you're getting smacked a lot. Cause only people.
Now you're being. See, dude, you faggots constantly double down, man. You constantly resort to this, like, bullshit gangster. You're not gangster. You're a fucking, you know, a kook.
You're the
Like,
only one
you're trying to
acting
mob
gangster,
down on
promoting
me.
Gangster. You're the only one that
We were
acting
just
gangster,
mobbing
promoting
down on
gangster,
him,
bro.
calling
I
him a
wasn't mobbing
cocksucker.
down on him. I'm fucking. Yo,
You're the
Charles,
only
what the
one that
fuck is wrong with you, man? Do you see
you're the
me
only one
mobbing
that
down on
wanna
Naga?
touch
No, I'm
somebody,
saying
bro.
no. You're pushing fucking bullshit beliefs. You're twisting shit up. Now he's resorting to gaslighting, and you're gonna say I'm mobbing down on him? If I want to mob down on him, I'll gaslight the shit out of him. I'll toy with his mind left and right. But what I'm doing here is reasoning, and you fuckers haven't realized that.
So then
Like, you have
bounce,
not
bro.
realized.
I ain't no cocksucker and I ain't no fucker, man.
Well, stop fucking behaving like a cocksucker. Stop fucking thinking like a cocksucker and spewing out words like a fucking bitch.
Yeah, something is wrong with you today,
You're
bro.
mobbing down on him earlier. Nah, I'm keeping this fool in check with reason. He's saying some nut shit.
Something
And
is
now
wrong
you're
with you
picking
today.
sides, Charles. Right now you're picking his side, but he's in the wrong.
I'm trying to have a fucking live stream without this stupid fucking arguing all the time. That's why people leave.
This is argument.
It's noise. It's pointless.
All right, man. See, like,
You
you
gotta
got
be
your
able
panties
to
in a
read
bunch.
everything.
I'm not taking shit from this clown ass dude Naga. Like, and now you're saying I'm
I'm
mobbing
not
down
picking
on
no
him.
one's side. I
I
just want to
don't think you
have a
understand what
build.
mobbing down means. Like, what that actually is. You're just saying stuff, just saying it. You know. Oh, you were mobbing down on him earlier. Nah, I was keeping him in check. I was coming at him with reason.
If you
Like
can't read
we've talked
somebody,
about this for weeks. Like when people are in cognitive dissonance, when people are, you know, fucking off, they're indoctrinated. We're like, yeah, they're indoctrinated. Yeah, you know why? This is why. Blah blah blah. And then we're right here in this panel, and there's some cognitive dissonance going on. There's some delusions and manipulation. And you guys are like, oh fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Like, I'm not taking this shit. I'm calling everybody out on this shit. I can see the bullshit.
You need to look at yourself. When you put in one finger, you got three pointing back
Yo,
at
get the fuck out of here, man. Get the
You
fuck
got
out of here with your
3 pointing back at
manipulation, dude. I figured you out, Naga, man. You're a toxic motherfucker, man.
you ain't even figure yourself out, bro. Like you look how you been.
There you
how
go
you been
again. There you go again. Like that's another guess. Like you're out here doing dumb shit, right? And then you're pointing the finger saying, "Oh yeah." You just resort to more dumb shit. Like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna be dumber and double down with some manipulation," right? Real intelligent, man. You can't insult my intelligence.
So at the end of the day, knowledge is not foundational. It's
Bro,
not
get the fuck out of here, man. Do
bro,
you
I'm off it, man.
understand the definition of knowledge? Do you
I'm
understand
off
what
it.
knowledge really is?
I'm off
Like
it.
you're still trying to be difficult. Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
knowledge
bound
is
by
not
no
fact.
definition,
Not
bro. You're
knowledge
the
is
only
not.
one that's
It's
bound
not
by
grounded.
definition, bro. You're the only one that's bound by definition because you're so educated. Oh my God, you're so educated. You know what the definition of fucking manipulation is.
Yeah. Do you know what
The definition
the
of knowledge
understanding of
is.
knowledge is? Right. Like,
Yeah,
aren't you? What's your religion? Right. What's your religion,
congratulations, bro. You
Naga?
know the definition of knowledge.
What's your religion, Naga?
I don't have no religion. What's yours?
All right. What's your beliefs?
I got many beliefs, but
All right.
that's personal belief. That's my personal
Now,
belief.
are those beliefs knowledge or theory?
What?
He's being difficult here.
I didn't hear what you said. I don't know why you keep talking about I'm being difficult.
Is your beliefs, is that knowledge or theory?
It's my personal belief. That's what it is.
Right. So it's theory.
It's my personal belief. If you ask me.
So you got theories if you got beliefs. Pray for Naga. Rock or giant tree stump. On your left, that is a huge, huge butte. On your right, that is a small wooden tree stump.
wait a minute. Okay, okay. Say that again, JG.
I've just said it once.
I know. I'm over here. I was paying attention to everyone's energy. On the left, it seemed like you
That's a
said it
giant
backwards. Okay.
butte. That is a giant butte. If you seen that in person, it'd be fucking gigantic. Now that thing on the right, that's a wooden tree stump, real small, right? Not made of rock. That's wood.
Oh, okay.
So that thing on the left, yeah, they're trying to say that's fucking a tree stump. That is a theory, and we already have knowledge it's not a tree stump, so it's insanity.
What is rock made of?
Dude, get out of here, man.
I'm just asking a question. You said it's not made of rock. It made of is made of wood. So I'm asking what's rock made of?
Ah, man, just leave.
So now you don't want to reason.
Yeah, Max
Dude,
jumped off.
I can't talk to you, man. You're a cocksucker, Naga.
I'm about to end the stream. Fuck it, man. Because everyone left.
All right.
The thing is, we have the words. The words are all getting messed up. It is, and we got and everything was going fine.
That's
I'm
not
gonna
the
be on.
words. It's the mind and behavior. Naga just
Okay,
showed us his mind and behavior.
that too. But I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it for Charles. We were doing all fine up here, okay, and not to blow anyone out of the water. And if you
Well,
get
this shit
stuck in your
happens.
yeah, and if you get stuck in your feelings, I'm sorry. We were having a good stream coming up here. I mean, all up here, Dom, everyone, okay. Max came up here, fine, okay. Naga, then you came up here. JG was talking. He was talking, and we were listening. And I know some of us were listening intensely, like me, to learn and get something out of it. And what I experienced, look, my light's going out, see? And what I experienced was a lot of jumping on just what JG is saying, period. That's how I saw it. That's why I sat back here and was listening to it all, because I'm trying to take in what JG is saying, because I want to hear the words and the things between the beliefs and theories and knowledge, because that's all misconstrued to me too.
But
But then
that's not
all
how it started, Kimber. That's
it
not how it
wasn't. Were
started
you?
though,
But
because
Naga, were you up here with us? Were you up here with us before Max and you came up here? Were you up here all the time we were talking?
no, that's
Were
why
you
He
I
just
said
watching?
that.
lurks. He
That's
just
why I said
lurks
that's
and then
not.
comes in with some fucking cognitive dissonance. He comes in with
But,
some, I'm gonna fuck shit up.
but
We
Kimber,
Like
were
that's
doing
that's
that
fine.
that's
toxic.
not how
That's
it
that
started.
toxic, like fucking fucked up mind and behavior.
When I came in, I made a comment on what both, because he was going back and forth with Max, and when I came in, I make a comment saying that they both was right, and
Yeah, and that
Max
was
didn't come
bullshit
in.
there. That's where I'm
Max
like,
did
this guy's retarded.
Max didn't say nothing, right? He didn't feel attacked or feel the need to defend himself. He was just quiet. This guy right up here felt some type of way, and he wanted to come and go back and forth with me. That's how we started. I didn't jump on what he was saying, and trying to create a back and forth with him. I
Bro, you
was trying
come in
to make
saying both are right, and it's like, we ain't got time for your bullshit. All right?
no
This
you
guy's
because
saying
you
earlier,
wanted to be
Max is saying that, oh,
the
yeah,
you wanted
interacting
to
with
be the only
people,
one.
you don't
You
have
wanted
to. Like,
you
like
you wanted to be the you
he's
wanted to
twisting
be the
shit
only
up.
one that's win. You wanted
No,
to be the
no.
only one to
Once
win
again,
the
that's what
conversation. You felt
it's
like it
not
was
about winning here. We're talking about
yeah. That's
knowledge
how you
and
feel.
belief,
That's how you
right?
feel. You wanted to be
Right.
the only
Now
one
you're
that's
pinning
right.
it. Now you're dubbing me as wanting to win.
You wanted to be right. You wanted
What
to
are you gonna
win,
dub me next,
and
right?
you
What are you
felt
gonna
and
dub
you
me
did
next?
and you felt like
Come on, keep dubbing me, man.
bro. I was talking to Kimber and let Kimber know what's going on. I don't know why you're still in your feeling, bro. Like
Bro,
relax.
you got this like fucking pussy ass, like Americanized toxic fucking mind and behavior, man. And then you want to talk gangster, like you're all twisted up, man.
Ain't nobody up here trying to be a gangster besides you, bro.
Then
Talking
stop fucking
all your
playing,
shit.
man. Stop
You're the
playing.
only one talking like you gangster on the internet, bro.
Bro, you play too much.
Ain't nobody playing with you, bro. Like I don't
Look,
even
you're
know.
doubling down now. Like, come on, you just fucking manipulated me. You're losing, man.
You're manipulating yourself, bro. Cause you're the
Nah,
only
see, that's
one who
another
act
gas.
gangster.
That's all you
I
got.
don't know for who and why you wanna act gangster. Now you feel
That's
like
all
okay,
you got.
for you to act gangster no more.
I'll show
Now you
you
feel some
gangster,
type of
bro.
way.
You're the one that's fucking might need to fucking change. I don't know if you can. You should change. You should get your mind and behavior up. You should stop fucking manipulating real people. I'm talking about beliefs and theories,
Now you
right?
see Kimber, you see how I wasn't
That's
even like
bullshit.
looking
I'm
for
talking
him?
about knowledge. That's
You see,
facts.
I
That's
wasn't even
truth.
trying to go back and forth with him. I just came to make my point, and I made my point. He wanted to go back and forth with me. He still wants to go back and forth with me because he feel like he
Run it
gangster.
back, man. Run it back. You fucked up many times in this us talking, us reasoning. You're not even reasoning. You're still in that fucking, denialism.
I
And
don't
you
know
want to
what.
fucking,
I don't know what.
now you want to point the finger and say I'm the
I
one,
don't. I
right?
don't
But
know
it's like,
what
no, you already
reasoning.
showed you are, and now you're pulling that shit on me.
I don't know
Like
what
this is
reasoning got to do
this
with
is what I was saying. Like this
acting
is
gangster.
politics. You're a politician, right? You're just another Democrat, man. Like this is what the Democrats do.
I don't know what reasoning got to do with being gangster, bro. With acting like gangster. I don't know
Bro,
how these two go together.
Naga, you're insufferable, man.
In other words, we don't need to talk about no more Naga. Period. We don't need to talk about it. Like him and Max was up here. Max was up here. No one need to come up and stick their foot in. Okay, no one did. I do it. I do it. I still do it. JG even points it out to me. He'll even point it out to me. He'll even say, "You don't need," and I'm like, "Okay," because I want to get. No, sometimes two people could just handle a situation and talk. And we're still going on and on and on, and it's getting, you know, so it's going to bring people to a different state of mind. We were just talking, and you know,
people gonna
Charles
be
keeps
in a
leaving.
state of mind. People gonna be in a different state of mind. Period. In general, that's why people wanna keep on talking. When somebody, even though when somebody, I hear you say something, I'm gonna come back and repeat the same thing, you know, that you said in my own way, just to digest it. So people gonna want to hear what they want to hear. People gonna, you know, say what they want to say. You know, they're gonna be in a different state of mind. Period.
That's
Yes.
If we having a conversation, we having a regular conversation. Anybody could tap in and build on it. There is no
Okay,
need
but
for the conversation to be private or for it to be an argument or a situation. We on the internet.
I'm
okay,
pissed
but
off.
Naga,
Max
are you?
left, Dom
Yeah, are you
left, and I had plans
exactly?
to do shit with Max.
I was
Every
just gonna
time there's
say.
arguments and people leave and then they don't come back. It just fucks everything up.
I was just gonna say we got to be aware of the environment we're in. This is Charles's stream. You know, it's just
Hey, well,
stream too.
don't try to guilt trip me here. Max was on one.
I didn't be disrespectful up here. Not one time. Not at any time. At any point of time, I get disrespectful of it.
You take it to fucking bullshit.
I'm just gonna speak what it is.
It's just the word. It's a lot of it's words. Now you're see, it's a lot of it's words. Let's move on. Let's just get out of this whole scenario. Let's just move on and talk about something different. I mean, you know, drop it. That's how I see. Drop it. The words are mixed up. Everyone's using different words.
I could ask you the
Some
same question.
of us have cognitive dissonance. Some of us talk over. That's for real. Let's move on.
I'm glad.
You know?
I'm glad Charles put the picture back up here. I could ask you the same question, right? That I asked earlier. You know, what is a rock is made of?
I don't know. I have no idea. A rock, gravel. I don't know. I don't know.
That's your honest answer, and I respect that. So now, how do we know a rock is a rock?
What is this, like third grade right here?
I don't know. What we were just told. What we were told. It's a rock. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, so
Okay.
this is two questions that you could ask your friend, you know, up here, right? Because now he feel like, you know, he don't rock with me, like he don't wanna talk to me, but you could go ahead.
No, just ask me. Just ask me.
Since
Yeah,
you don't know,
dude, you're a clown, man. You fucked up.
Since you genuinely don't know the answer to this question, ask him, because I'm sure he know the knowledge, you know, about he know the knowledge about it, the real knowledge about it. So I want to know too, for real. I want to know, you know, what is a rock is made of, and what, you know, why
I'm
is a
about
rock
to jump
a rock?
off of here, man. If y'all want to stay on, I'll leave it open for y'all. But I got
Charles, I fuck with you. Charles, I fuck with you heavily, man. You like being on Naga's side right now, and then earlier saying, "Oh, I'm in a bad mood." Like I see you guys do this shit sometimes, and I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck type time
I
are
was
you on?"
more or less asking if you're in a bad mood, but I said
And then you're
wrong.
saying, "Yeah, more or less." Nah, you said he's in a bad mood. But besides that, I mean, that's whatever.
Yeah, no, I was learning a lot with, you know, what was going on, but just I'm just gonna say if I'm just gonna say in my eyes, if there's two people trying to take care of a situation or get through, reason with each other, to have other people come in and throw their foot in the door That is like that's a lot of sick behavior. It is. It's a sick behavior. I'm just
Well,
gonna
this
say
is
that.
what Naga does.
Yeah.
Naga comes in like
It's sick, and you may not
last
realize
minute.
it. Yeah, and it may people may sorry JG, people may not realize it. People may not realize it because again, I did that and I still do it. So I have to draw
I
back.
invited Max up.
Yeah. So it's like, two people, sometimes you just want to let them take care of it and it will be over and they'll reason probably a lot quicker if you let two people handle it. Like we did back in the day, two people handle it. But now everyone wants to come in and throw in their stuff and say, I agree, and you're right, you're wrong, I agree with you,
Kimber,
and you're
I'm
right, and this
telling
is
you,
my knowledge and all
you
that.
taking it wrong,
Now,
Kimber.
wait, I'm
I
not
told you
done.
you
Now,
take it wrong.
Naga, you're about to show it again. Okay, you're about to cut me off. That's what I'm saying. All right. And then people come in and start doing that. I'm not saying that you purposely came and did it. That's why I said you might not be aware. You not be aware because I did all crazy behavior and was not aware of it. I wasn't aware I was doing it. But like back in the day, if you had two people duke it out or get it over with, they reasoned, they got over, and sometimes they became friends afterwards. But now we're in a world where when two people are trying to discuss or go over things, you got a lot of people that want to come in. Someone wants to agree. Someone wants to say, no, that's wrong. Someone wants to do this. And that's where you start feeling gaslit and like everyone's, and then, JG's watching all this go on and I'm sitting here listening to it all. Now I'll say this now, and then Charles don't want his stream ruined. Okay. You don't want his stream ruined. So you're trying to keep everything at bay and keep everyone happy all at the same time. So imagine the work he's trying to do over there, So it's like all this, all
I'm
that
telling you,
for
Kimber, you take
nothing.
it wrong.
Okay. Now I yield. I'm not going on. Now I yield. See, that's healthy talking. Now I yield. Go ahead.
I'm
See, now
telling you,
Charles.
you took it wrong. I didn't come in the middle of nothing. When I came in and speak and start talking, there was nothing going on. There was no situation. I didn't jump in nothing. Both parties finished talk, and I just come in and I say both parties is right. So there was no reason for no. There was no reason, right, for you to pick a fight on me now because you wanted to pick a fight with somebody in that fight end, right? And the fight end with you and that person. Now you want to pick a fight with me. There is no reason. That's what's going on. That's what happened. And when I stand, on my grunt and let him know that I don't want, it's not a fight, it's not a disagree or whatever the case may be. Now he trying to clown me and act like he tough and all that. That's what's going on. You think I came in the middle of something that was going on and and make it get out of hand. No,
Yeah.
there was
I
no
didn't say that.
situation when I came in. So I
Okay.
was
No.
aware that there was no situation. Before I even came up, I was aware there is a situation. When I came on the panel, I didn't even start talking. I went when there was no situation, and I just came in and start talking.
Okay. Let me
And
say
you
this to
said
you.
both are right. Like you came in just saying some wingnut nonsense. Oh yeah, both of you guys are right. No,
I agree. I was going to say, what made you feel you had to come up here, step in, and just say, okay, this is again, these, that's why I'm saying, Naga, these are little behaviors that are just make it more chaotic and toxic. That's what I'm saying, okay? So, like what JG was getting ready to say, that was on my mind. You coming up here and just saying, I agree with both of you. That's walking, and again, you perceived it as there was not much going on. There really wasn't. There was no issue at all. Okay, there wasn't. But again, you walked up in and made the announcement, I agree with both of you. So where would those words, what behavior would spark you to say, and I'm not trying to be your counselor or nothing here, okay? So don't take it the wrong way. Because again, this is stuff I do. It's stuff I do, and I still do, and I work on it. Okay, that's why I'm over here wanting to understand it. What made you feel the reason or the behavior to walk up and be like, I agree with both of you?
Kimber,
What
I
brought
do
that
this
up?
all the time.
I
I do
said
this all
both
the
are
time.
right.
Oh,
It
both
was
are right.
no
Okay.
it was no different than me hearing your building up here and I just come up here and build with you because I agree with what the conversation is going. So it was no different than doing that when I came up, right? I agree with everything that I hear and I just came up and let the panel know and the chat know that I agree with everything that was going on. So it's no different than I do it the other day. Why is it different that that I do it today.
Okay, so you always do that then. In other words, that you just you always do that. That's what I wanted to find out. That's
Yeah,
just you.
I always come up and let people know how I agree with them, you know, and let people know that how we all talking about the same thing. Like I always come in like that. What made it different, you know, that I come like that today?
You're enabling
Why would it be
cognitive
so different?
dissonance. You're enabling nonsense.
You get me, Kimber?
I
Because you're
get both
asking.
of you. I get both of you. That's the thing. I get both of you. I get both because
You see
I'm in
now,
both.
now you're
Okay.
taking the position that I took when I initially came in.
I'm about to jump off here. You guys gonna want to stay
Okay.
on?
Oh
I got
no,
a headache, man.
I'm sorry. I'm just. I was trying to learn a lot. I did though. I still did. I always do. But no, okay. All right. Well.
I respect everyone's viewpoint, even JG.
Even JG, what does that mean? Like even JG, like I'm the bad guy here.
I said I respect everyone's viewpoint, even JG's.
All right. So I'm not everyone.
See, it's those terms. Charles, you
All
don't
right.
even pick up
Anyway,
on.
I'm out of here, man.
I'm just saying it's the little words, terms, but I see what you're saying.